so sorry. Let me just wipe these. I got dust all over the lenses. Just as I was about to go live, the brolly went over and took everything with it. Took the table with it, more or less. Everything went on the floor. Picking stuff up off the floor. I'm covered in soil on my hands. I just fed Tina, turned around, and away it all went. The tennis racket fly swatter thing cans my my beverages of choice, but the tennis racket of death, the light, the EcoFlow didn't go over, but some of the other things off the table did. All a little bit chaotic, folks. Look at this. Here's the lady. Here's what you want to see at the start of a TrampCast. Look at that. There's my girl. Hey, babe. Hello, you. There she is. Tina T. I got treats as well for after. Treats. Treats for after foods. Yeah. Okay, folks. Let us begin. I did see a message just there. Let me just live chat, folks, rather than top chat. That was Oscar. Oscar, super enriched. Okay, folks, we'll give it a minute or three. We'll wait for people to arrive. But I do want to crack on today. I don't want to hang about too much. I think I say that every time. 5 hours later, we're still going strong. I can taste the soil all around the can. I tried to wipe it, but it fell on the floor, and it's gritty all down the sides, even around the mouthpiece, the opening. Okay, people are starting to arrive. Say hello. Say hello, say hello, say hello. I will in a moment. Everything's running out of power as well. It's all a right nightmare. I had my phone plugged in to charge for the last 3 hours, and the phone is on. Oh, I haven't brought the little, the extra lens with me. I think we're only just above 10%. After 3 hours of being plugged in, we got nowhere. Maybe 13, maybe 15. I can't quite read that. I haven't got the extra lens with me. And also brightness is up full, but I can barely see. That's not ideal. I think it's similar here on the tablet. Maybe the tablet's a little bit brighter. Okay, folks, this is, I believe, I stand to be corrected, but I believe this is TrampCast episode 80. In a moment, we will begin covering the events of the week ending Sunday, August the 3rd, 2025. Alternatively known as last Sunday. So the 7 days up to last Sunday. My aim was to get up to date so that this week we would be talking, so this Sunday we would be talking about the events of this last week. I didn't quite make it, folks. I did so many TrampCasts and so many hours of talking, of broadcasting this last week. My voice was going. I should have, if we wanted to stay on target, I would have had to have done a 3 or 4 hour live stream yesterday. And if you remember, on late Friday night into Saturday morning, my voice was too croaky. I needed a little bit of downtime. I'm not used to this. You got to remember, folks, I live in a field. I go weeks without talking to anybody. Quite literally, often more than a week without speaking to an actual person. Talking to my doggy darling is about the best I get most of the time. Okay, so as I said, TrampCast episode 80, covering the week ending August the 3rd, 2025. That's last Sunday. We're broadcasting today, Sunday the 10th of August. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, moi. Or at least it's a character I play on the internet, some would say. It's not my real name. I've been right open about that right from the start. Some people get surprised when they find out that I'm not really Mike. Episode TrampCast 001, I mean, I spilled the beans right from the start, and before that in actual videos. But anyway, Delta Mike, NATO phonetic alphabet for my real world initials, DM, Delta Mike. NATO phonetic alphabet, what can I say? When you hear the police doing all that Oscar, Bravo, Charlie, blah, 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 it's that, Delta Mike, DM. Down and out in Torrevieja, well, down and out, homeless, a hobo, a tramp, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. In America, they might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough, sleeps on the streets, or in my case, sleeps in a field. What can I say? Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is the city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. This is TrampCast. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. The specific program we're doing today is a TrampCast, as opposed to a TrampCast Hangout, which is more free-flowing, more chatty, more time spent with you guys. This, we have a structure. This, we deal with the successes, the failures, and the other happenings in my life as a tramp, and an Englishman trapped by circumstances in Spain. The running order. In a moment we will begin the numbers round, which is just a little time killer while we wait for even more people to arrive, hopefully. Because this is episode 80, we'll have a few facts related to the number 80. After that, we'll have the thank yous for the week in question, the week ending last Sunday, August the 3rd, 2025. Thomas says he'll crack open a beverage. Well done, sir. That is indeed the correct answer. Cheers to you. After the thank yous for the week, we'll look at the themes for the week. Although I'm not sure I've written any down, so I might have to make those up on the... I haven't. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit. Okay. Panic over. There are a few words written down. I don't know what they are. I haven't read them yet. This is always the problem, doing these things a week behind or multiple weeks behind. If we were talking about this week, I could tell you what the main themes of this week were, but we're talking about the week prior. After the themes of the week, we'll go in depth into the actual events of the week, the successes, the failures, the other happenings in my life, as we just worded it some moments ago. And we may at the end discuss how I felt at the end of that week and what I felt were the upcoming events, what was on the horizon, what I'm waiting for at the end of the week we're discussing. I am glad, folks, that we're kind of almost caught up. In this next week, I need to do one episode midweek, and then next Sunday we'll be talking about these 7 days that happened. Now we will be talking about the week itself that just happened. That will be a big change. That will be good. I don't like it when we're behind like this. It's not how it's meant to be. Now, a few reminders, folks. If you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate you hitting that thumbs up button. 37 is the target. If you want a little bit of gamification, if you can hit, well, actually 38 would be a new record. So if you could hit 38 for me by hitting that thumbs up, that would be nice. If any of you have a following of your own, if you have a YouTube channel, a Twitter following, a large Facebook group that you could post to, I'll wait here for a moment while you go do that. Have they gone? Have they gone off to do that? We won't jump too far ahead. We shall wait for them in case they do that. But thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks. Okay. Subscribe, but only if you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos and you've got a sense of my personality. There's no point subscribing today and unsubscribing tomorrow because I then said something, you realised my politics wasn't what you like, or this guy doesn't like X, Y, or Z. Z with a D, because we're not American. I'm playing with you, Yanks. I'm playing with you. Love you a bit. But there's no D in Z. There is a D in Z, sorry. Z. Obviously that animal's a zebra. We all know it. It's a zebra. It's not a zebra. Folks, I haven't put a donate link in chat because I don't like to be too pushy. If anybody thinks they might like to send me $1 or two, €1 or two, £1 or two, if you go into the description, see down there where it says Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja, then it says the word more, I think, next to it. Expand that. It'll show you a little paragraph and with more at the end. Expand that. Halfway down the page, you will find a link to a PayPal Pay Me page, a PayPal Donate page. If anybody is of a mind to, $1, €1, £1 or £5, they're always useful. But no stress, you know, no pressure. Now, whether you, if you're here like now, if you're not watching this on demand, if you're watching this on Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock Spanish time, 4 o'clock UK, 11 AM roughly US Eastern time, plus 10 minutes, 11 minutes, you'll find a little red dot in the bottom left corner that says live. If you joined me late, then you definitely need to check bottom left corner for the word live and a red dot. If by any chance you've come late and YouTube started you behind, click that button, come up to date. So when you make a comment, it's in line with us. You're not commenting on things that we said half an hour ago or an hour ago and leaving us no context. We need context to go with comments, otherwise we get lost. I do especially. I mean, Christ, if you watch me, I'm usually 12 or 15 minutes behind in chat anyway. If you're adding an extra hour onto that, I'm going to have no clue what you're talking about. Everybody needs to have chat open. If you're here now in the real world live, chat is where it's at. I'm going to be responding to questions in chat, questions and comments, talking to people in chat. If you don't have chat open, you won't have that context. If you're watching this on demand, I may just answer someone in a video and not read their comment and question, you know, read out their name and their question, and you'll be baffled. You need to have chat open, and everyone who has chat open, whether you have chat open now or whether you're on demand during the week, you want to have it set to all messages, not top chat. Top chat is vile. Top chat will ditch 1/3 of all messages, will just disappear and not be seen. Even in the nicest, most pleasant group alive. I was in a chat last night and messages were missing till I realised I'd not gone for live chat all messages. It's just how it is, folks. It's not me. If somebody says something and you've got no idea what I'm responding to, you won't have a clue, because YouTube just ditch somewhere between 10 and 30% of all messages just don't show up in chat if you leave it on the default setting. Just don't do that to yourself. So there was Thomas. I'll crack open a beverage and Roger, vino time. DJ Son, Roger, vino time. It is indeed, my friend, and I hope your doggos are okay after their experience. I hope you're okay as well. I know it's going to be stressful for you while you wait and find out what's happening. Who was your favourite Bond? There is only one Bond. Mr. Connery. Roger Moore was fun, but he's a saint. He's not Bond for me. too whimsical, a little bit too humorous. Connery is Bond. Some of the others, they're all right. There's none that I hate. Even the Australian guy didn't hate, but they're just not Sean Connery. Roger Moore would be my number 2. He would be second. But he is, to me, he's not just a saint. I'm just, at the minute, I'm watching The Persuaders back with Tony Curtis and Roger Moore. So he's the saint, and he's, I can't remember the name of the character. I'm only on episode 4 in The Persuaders. Count somebody or other, or Lord such and such, I can't remember. But Sean Connery. There's only Sean Connery. The young lad who just did it, Daniel Craig. He's an alright actor. I don't dislike him. The writing, the woke, the modern, too much girl boss, too many women in positions of power, too much, just too much. Now that may be because I'm an old man and I'm out of touch. I'm not sure it is though, because I think the world as a whole is swinging back that way. We're swinging back away from the woke. I certainly get that sense. Whether that's because I want it to go that way, I'm sensing it that way. I'm open to that argument, but I would contest it. We shall have to wait and see. Folks, first can, where are we? 70. I opened this at the start. Did I open it on camera or before? I may have opened it just before. 17 minutes in and first can's empty. That tells you that even though this is a Sunday, I was Thursday. Or thirsty, at least. Okay, a can that didn't end up on the floor. This one's not all gritty. That will make a difference. Okay, folks, we shall begin in a moment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on for 17, 18 minutes. "18 minutes on the introductory blurb. I apologise." Oscar, just turn chat back on. Okay, I'm opening my tablet. I can see the tablet better than I can see the phone, and both are on, they're both Samsungs, they're both on full blast with adaptive, whatever that's called. I can see a football score of 2-1, which appears to be Liverpool versus CRY. Would that be Coventry? FA Community Shield? Who's CRY? They must have won the FA Cup. I don't know who that is. Well, if it's not Coventry, I don't know. And my camera jumped away from me, so I'm not going to find out. I can't see it in this light. Okay, folks, we discussed the running order some moments ago. The tablet's up to 43. I've got the tablet plugged in on just a standard USB-A to C, so it should hold its own more or less. The phone was stupid low. The phone is on the proper USB-C to USB-C cable, but we'll have to see how this goes. I might have to swap cables around at some point if we start to lose power. Okay. According to the running order, no, according to me, the first section is the numbers section. This is TrampCast episode 80, and therefore some facts related to, loosely related to, the number 80. Unlike number 79, which was a prime number, and unlike some of the other numbers recently which were semi-primes, this one is very much a composite number. Composite number meaning not prime, multiple divisors. As far as I can work, I worked these out myself. I didn't read these off a list, so let's see how well we do. I get the divisors of 80 being 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 10, 16, 20 and 40. And 80 itself, obviously. 1 times 80, 2 times 40, 4 times 20, 5 times 16, 8 times 10. I think there may be. I don't think I've missed any, but it's possible because I'm human and I'm fallible, and I didn't get these off a page on the interwebs. Unlike the following facts, the number 80 in the Bible. In Exodus 7:7, I've got no idea what that means. Section 7, page 7, chapter 7, section. Who knows? You know. If you know how to read the Bible numbers, good for you. Exodus 7:7. Moses is described as being 80 years old when he confronted Pharaoh, marking a significant turning point in his life and the beginning of the 10 plagues. Now, I'm going to go here, I'm going off script here with my own recollections. Moses, he was the one that's found in a basket by Pharaoh's daughter by the sea, yeah? By the river, by the side of the river. A reed basket floating down the water. I'm going to guess that if he's 80 and confronting Pharaoh, that's not the same Pharaoh that would have been his adopted grandfather. That's going to be either his adopted uncle or brother. Not a big expert. I don't remember. I did read the Bible once, end to end. But that's not going to be his adopted granddad or probably not even his adopted uncle if he's 80. That's going to be his adopted brother or even nephew, I would imagine. If you're 80, you're not going to start arguing. The odds of an 80-year-old arguing with their brother, that's pretty remote. 80-year-old, but it's possible. Anyway, here we go. Another one from the Bible. Someone called Barzillai. Barzillai's age in 2 Samuel 1932. Again, the numbering means nothing to me. It's not my flavour, folks. I am not of this persuasion. I am of the persuasion known as science. Although there are some that would say I'm a total heretic when it comes to some things. mRNA vaccinations and global warming. I vary from the mainstream, even though I call myself a man of science. But I think I do so in a justified manner. At least I justify it to me. We can discuss that and argue that. TrampCast Hangout is the place for that discussion. This is not that. Hangouts when we discuss just shit at random. Barzillai, a wealthy man who supported King David, was described as being 80 years old. And in Psalm, I don't know what Psalm means, Psalm with a P. A silent P? Do we have many words with silent P? Pneumonia, I guess. Pneumonia, pneumatic. Where's Jack Attack when you need him? I need someone to come up with a big old list of silent P words. Are there many? Is it always at the beginning of the word? Any others that are PS? I mean, PN, I can imagine. PS is a silent P. Psalm. I don't know. Somebody give me a list of silent P. Like the other day when I asked for a list of silent L. Like Ivapoo and Backpoo. Backpoo's the famous seaside resort in the north of England with a tower. Backpoo. Anyway, folks, that's all an aside. Psalm 90:10. The verse states that the typical lifespan is 70 years. That's the typical. That's assuming you haven't died in childbirth and in the first 5 or 10 years. The people who die old age are dying roughly 70, even back in biblical days. If one is especially strong and especially lucky, one might live to be 80. But even then, it was stated that those years are often filled with trouble. So this, when we go back to one of my favourite topics, gerontology, and the life extension theories and the sciences of extending life, one of the big criticisms is, hey, if you can make us all live to 100, what's the point if we're going to spend the last 20 years on an IV drip in bed? You know what I mean? Basically, you're just dragging out the number of years that we're in bed fucked. Aubrey de Grey, folks. Aubrey de Grey and his Methuselah Mouse project. I like to hark on about. The last 10 years, I'm not sure we've made the progress that we wanted to make. I sense this is another one of those 20 years things. Like nuclear fusion. It's an AI. It's 20 years away. With the self-driving cars, level 5 self-driving, total self-driving, everything's 20 years away. In 10 years time, it'll still be 20 years away. In 30 years time, it'll still be 20 years away. I think that this anti-senescence, so, terminology, cells divide, cells multiply, and the original, like the parent cell, can then die off if it feels the need, and be replaced by a daughter cell, as it would be called. Senescence is when you get to the stage, each time cells divide, the DNA loses like a little one of the teeth on a zipper from the end. They're called telomeres in cells, and when there are no more telomeres, there's no more dividing. You're just stuck with that cell at its age-old endpoint. You just have an old cell until the body's immune system detects it as being old and invalid with some error, and it can't clean up after itself, and your body wipes it out. This is senescence, this inability to divide and create new cells. Senescence, this is old age. This is when your cells start to look grey. This is when you get the cracks and the frowns and the lines and the grey hair and all of that. Senescence. If we could keep cells dividing a bit longer, if we could replace them with more cells, with new cells, with young cells, and this has been a thing. There's a big movement at the minute of old people taking blood transfusions from young people, or taking infusions of stem cells from young people. Calico is one company, the California Life Extension Company, started by the Google founders. You see, if you're a billionaire, you don't want to die. And you've got the money to fund this fucking research because you want to stay alive. There they go, you see. Now, is it vampirism? Doesn't that sound like a Hammer House of Horror movie with the old feeding off the blood of the young? Is that just me? Nobody else sees that parallel. So I'm all for life extension, I'm all for the research. Aubrey de Grey, A-U-B-R-E-Y, D-E, and Grey, G-R-E-Y. Grey spelt the proper way, Yanks. With a fucking E. Not the obvious A-Y, because Grey. It's not that, it's an E-Y, because we spell words properly this side of the fucking pond. I'm pulling your leg again, folks, but I'm teasing you. I'm joshing you. But you don't know how to talk, you don't know how to spell. Shut up. But cheers to the Yanks. I haven't looked in comments. I'm not going to... It's Crystal Palace, not Coventry. Okay. I saw that just because I turned shot on. Where was I? senescence, old age, Aubrey de Grey. This is all a major. Oh, sorry, I'm just arranging the scrotum. It's caught on the seam of the. There's no undies. I've gone commando for the last 3 months, and it's the seam of the zip and the trousers that are just pulling right in the nads. I'm not playing with it. It was a legitimate. Anything more than 3 scratches and it's a wank. It wasn't that. Okay, folks, we're all adults here, I hope. If you're sat there with your grandkids, this is not the stream for you. Or some other kids under 16 or 18. This is probably not the stream for you. But presuming we're all adults here, I was just scratching my knackers. The folds of the scrotum, it's a salt thing, it's a sweat thing, it's a fabric pulling tight and garrotting the nads. It's a thing. Okay, I'll move on. I'll make a move. So, typical lifespan 70, but if you're especially strong, you might make it to 80, although it is noted that these years will often be filled with healthcare problems, was what the Bible seemed to be getting at. Other occurrences. While less frequent, the number 80 also appears in relation to other contexts, such as the 80 days Moses fasted on the mountain after receiving the 10 Commandments. Now there's one. In preparedness, we talk about 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water. That can be extended. You can make it to 6 or 7. 3 weeks without shelter, maybe, depending on your circumstances and where you are. But basically 3 months without food if you've got a good body store already. Again, for the Americans, some of you guys will manage 5, 6, 7 fucking months, no problem. If you're 450 pounds and you suddenly have to go without food for 3 months, you're not going to enjoy it. Especially the first 3 days, 3 weeks, you're gonna suffer, because your body. If you imagine a body is like a warehouse with workmen on goods in and goods out, you've been moving all your men from goods out to goods in. All of your guys are about bringing it in. You forgot how to take it out of store. You suddenly get no food. You got to move all those workmen from goods in to goods out, and they don't remember the job. They've never been trained on it. They don't know this is a great analogy, by the way. I really do like this analogy. I've used it a few times. But all of those little internal workmen in your body don't know what they're doing. They've got to be retrained and relearn how to take out of storage for you to use and for you to utilize. To take it out of the high bay and out of goods outwards and into the lorry and off into the bloodstream for the rest of the body to use. Put it in the highway for making it available. It is a good analogy, folks. I did work in a warehouse once upon a time. Reebok, the Reebok National Distribution Centre in the UK, is in, well, technically I guess you would say Morecambe. Whiteland Industrial Estate, Morecambe, was the largest private warehouse, and the only warehouses larger were military establishments, possibly maybe an NHS one. They were all government based. Anything bigger was government. This was, when it was break time, we had to be, you were supposed to have like a, let's say a 20-minute break time. We had to have an extra 10 minutes. Because we were on goods in right at the bottom of the warehouse. It was 15 minutes just to walk back to where the break room was. It's on a mezzanine floor kind of thing, upstairs above the offices. Anyway, let's crack on. I've gone off on one again, haven't Not the primary significant number. Okay. So, 80 isn't like a major symbolic number like 7 and 40. It doesn't have that kind of stature within the Bible. But it often makes an appearance. It is in there. And particularly in the latter stage of life, it can symbolize the end stage of life, as we were just mentioning a little while ago. Now, the number 80 has you like this one? I like this one. We did for 79 the day before yesterday. I think we did that, didn't we? 79 was Vesuvius and the destruction of a couple of Roman cities. AD 80 marked the opening of the Colosseum, which, as well as being like a physical monument, as well as being a fantastic, I mean, it's still standing today. What, 1,945 years later? But the Colosseum opening was marked with a mock naval battle inside. They literally flooded the fucking place on day one. Like, right, we're going to open this shit. Let's go. We got the big circus, the big circle for chariot racing. We got all that. We got all the throwing Christians to lions, except maybe not. That might be myth. But we've got the big space where we can do all that, where the gladiators can fight. We got all that. But fuck that. That's small fry. Let's turn this place. Imagine turning Wembley, a football stadium, whatever, into a mock naval battle. Let's just flood it 10 meters deep with water and put some boats on, and let's go, and now let's play. Make sure the lions don't drown in their cages off to the side. That's what they did, folks. On day one, they opened with a mock naval battle. Actual navy boats floating on fucking water. Are we even capable of that to this day? Could we do that, do you think? Could you flood Wembley 10 meters deep and have a mock naval battle? I don't know. I somehow doubt it. Especially, we haven't fully discovered the secrets of Roman concrete. We thought we had a couple of years ago, but it turns out there's still some shit about it we don't quite get. 2,000 fucking years ago, they had better concrete than we have now. How? Why? Where? So it served as a venue for gladiatorial combat, animal hunts, public executions and other spectacles. That whole kill him, not kill him, that's all kind of myth. It wasn't thumbs up to kill him, was it? It was thumbs down to kill him, thumbs up to survive, I think. Sophisticated systems for flooding and draining the arena, as well as elevators for the gladiators and the animals to arrive on the scene. It was funded by the spoils of war and built by... do you think this is a modern... Is this a euphemism? It's not really. Enslaved people. If you wanted, you could say enslaved people in one word, couldn't you? If you were being honest about it, it was built by slaves. Enslaved people makes it sound somehow less. Again, for our American friends, this does not mean black. Every country on the planet has both been the victim of and the beneficiary of slavery throughout history. This is not a black Africa, black American, African American thing. I sent, what was he called, the guy that got rid of the snakes in Ireland? Oh yeah. Oh. St. Patrick. White Englishman from Cornwall, I think, was taken by slavers, enslaved and taken to Ireland. You don't have to be black to be a slave in history. Okay? You were amongst the last of the slaves. Britain ended slavery throughout the Western world. Now, we were involved in the slave trade, it has to be said, but we were involved in the slave trade when everybody was involved in the fucking slave trade. The Africans, the Middle Easterns, the Chinese, go where you want, everybody was in slavery. We're the ones that grew a conscience and said, whoa, no more. And then, over the next 80 years, 100 years, we spent the equivalent, the modern day equivalent, of fucking billions. And thousands and thousands of our military servicemen to fight slavery, to stop the slave trade, to cordon off and embargo and what's the word? Where you draw a line around the country and you just stop any imports and exports. We stopped that shit. You're welcome. Anybody that wants to hold slavery against white European British people can go fuck themselves. You want to thank us? We stopped that shit. Not me. I'm not. In the same way that I would reject any criticism of me for being a white male, white European. In the same way I would reject any criticism of that, I reject any praise. This was my ancestors, it wasn't me. I didn't do the slave thing. I wasn't even part of stopping the slave thing. But I'm proud to be British, the country that stopped that shit. That stopped slavery. And I will proudly stand up, and if you want to fucking argue about it, I will say, fight me. Proud of my ancestry, proud of my heritage, proud of the role Britain had in the slave trade, in ending the slave trade. That is the endearing, overarching achievement of the British when it comes to slavery. Not only did we decide not to do that shit anymore, we said that nobody else should. And we put our fucking money where our mouth was. We put our money where our mouth was. We didn't just say the words. We put our money behind it. We put the blood of our servicemen, mainly sailors, behind that shit. We stopped that shit. Am I proud of Britain's role in the slave trade? Yes. We were good at it when everyone else was doing it. Don't get me wrong. We were right up there. Top of the pops, top of the charts. But we were also the leaders in saying, no more. And you don't do it anymore, and you don't do it anymore. And if you carry on doing it, we're going to fight you. And we did. We fought them over 100 years. And we stopped them. Proud to be British. But if you saw my video a few days ago where I'm not proud to be British, that's different. Hey, hello. Tina girl. Tina, quiet. Yeah, it's your friend. It's your friend. Yeah. Sanja and Himalaya. If I'm remembering their name correctly. They stopped to talk to me earlier. It's a couple that walked past, a lady and her daughter who walked past. They've given me grief in the past about getting Tina seen by a vet, and I've tried to explain about how difficult it was getting her seen by a vet. And now she's been seen by a vet, they're still giving me grief. No practical help. They're not waving money in my hand. They're not bringing me food or water or anything. Just give me grief. But I'll say hello to anybody, you know what I mean? I've got things for Tina girl. I've got things falling over. Anyway, let's crack on. I've gone off on one ranting about being proud to be British. And I was, and in many ways I still am proud to be British. But the Scottish guy, Andy, whose video I sort of reacted to the other day, or when I was doing TrampCast 79, was it? Or was it 78? And it was there in the notes and I'd forgotten about it. This was the guy whose wife had to get out of her deathbed to go to the doctors to get her meds. They wouldn't let her husband go get the meds because morphine, and it might be morphine seeking behaviour. He's not the patient. We can't let him get the morphine. Lady had to get out of her deathbed. And while she was out, multiple bones snapped in half because bone cancer and osteoporosis and bedridden. Shit like that does not make me proud to be British. I was quite vocal in stating quite the opposite. I'm ashamed to be British with stuff like that. And it brought me to tears on camera. It took me by, I forgot that was in the week we were talking about. So I'm talking about these other things. I'm talking about Tina, I'm talking about the vet, and then that. And it grabbed me, it got me. I'm not saying I was crying, but I was sniffling and I had tears in my eyes. I had, wet eyes. It wasn't streaming down, you know what I mean? I'm not that guy. Not quite. I did misspeak at one point, and the guy himself has corrected me. Andy, the husband. So this is all 9 years ago, folks. He says he's not bitter. He's outspoken. He's emotional. He's enthusiastic's not the right word. I had a better word and I've lost it, folks. You know me and words, I sometimes lose them. Emotional, enthusiastic. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. I've lost the words again, mate. Bitter's not the right word, but he's vigorous in pushing his view. I did a post earlier today on Twitter, I think, where and I think on YouTube, where I mentioned the correct word. I correct myself. It was my wording at the time wasn't rehearsed. It wasn't a script. I did it free flow like this, and I misrepresented him slightly with a wrong word choice. So I apologise for that, Andy. But guys, go check out my latest. There's a tweet and there's a few posts in the community section on YouTube. There's a fixed comment, a pinned comment. I don't think it was the last one. I don't think it was 79. I think it was 78. But I could be wrong. Check those out. Find my fixed post and go and express your support for it. Go and watch him. Quite sweary, as I said the other day. But then probably not as sweary as I was, to be honest. And I was far more threatening and vehement in my description of the physical damage I would have done to people involved. I'm not calling on anyone else to get physical. I'm not even saying that I would that we should be physical in this instance, but I'm saying if that had happened to my loved one, I would not have been as restrained as he has been. I feel, and I don't know, but I feel people would have got hurt. Multiple, everybody involved, everyone who was part of the decision-making process for what happened. Making a lady get out of her deathbed to go and get a prescription so she can go into town and get the medication. And while she's there, multiple bones break because she shouldn't be out of bed at all. Tell me I'm not wrong. You'd be angry as fuck. I'd want to know what those people were thinking when they said no to letting the husband go and do that. What the fuck is that about? Now, he's more restrained than me. He's had, I guess, he's had 9 years to come to terms with. Come to terms isn't even the right word, is it? He's had 9 years to get used to the fact that that's what happened. Now, they are gypsies. I don't know the specifics, possibly proper real Romany. I don't know whether they're just traveller community or actual ethnic Rome. I don't know. And it doesn't matter. He said they're getting any argument with it, they just get arrested. The cops don't look at the size, they don't look at the argument, they don't look at what's happened, they just arrest them. And I got to believe that. I got to believe that. Why wouldn't they? That's the way they are. I accept that on face value. He says that's what happens, I'll believe him, because I got my own experiences with those guys. I saved a policeman's life and still got kicked shit out in the back of a van. They still wanted to arrest me. They still tried to prosecute me for 2 months afterwards. I saved a guy's life. So when someone else tells me this is what happened and this is how they are, I'm not going to argue and say, no, it's not. I'm not defaulting to back the blue because, unlike you, it happened to me. Back the blue until it happens to you. Okay, folks, I'm going to make a move. Where are we? I got bogged down. We're way back. I don't even know. Symbolic age, Bible, or Colosseum. Colosseum. Symbol of Roman power. I've taken tangents from tangents, haven't I? It was an engineering marvel, sophisticated systems for flooding and draining the arena, elevators for gladiators and animals, like I said, yeah. Funding and construction, spoils of war, slaves was how we enslaved people. It didn't say slaves. It's just people that happened to be enslaved. Oh, by the way, the Bible allows slavery, as long as they're from a different state. Remember that back then a state was basically a city. Countries didn't exist. Rome was a state. A state was like the area covered by a city and then whatever it captured. Countries didn't exist. So as long as someone was from a different city, more or less, you take them as a slave and do what you want with them. And I mean do what you want with them. Bible allowed it. God said that's okay. Nice guy that he is. Okay. Beyond entertainment, it was used for religious ceremonies and other social gatherings. Like executions. Just the friendly stuff. Okay, folks. This is TrampCast episode 80. I'm going to pick it up a notch because I'm dragging things out a little bit too long. This is TrampCast episode 80. We're dealing with the events of the week ending the 3rd of August 2025, also known as last Sunday. In the thank you section, I've only got a couple of entries, 3. Terry sent me, I'm not going to say an amount, but if I was to say that ain't cheap, it's nowhere near enough to cover the amount he sent. So thank you, Terry. Ivan from Ireland. I think Northern. I'm not 100% sure. Ivan from Good Music. That ain't cheap, my friend. Thank you. And here's one, folks. I haven't told you this, I don't think, yet. My friend Karen has obtained my next new tent in advance. Apparently her local authority at the tip, when people just throw these things away, they salvage these things. And basically, rather than paying 500, 600, 700 for a big old new tent, get one second hand. She went there, she got it home. They put it up. It didn't come with tent pegs, so they were a bit worried it was going to blow away while they were messing with it. But it all, apart from the pegs, all looks to be there, the bedrooms and things, it looks to be in one piece, no big holes or anything. So when this one falls apart in sometime over the next 3 to 6 months would be my guess, because nothing has lasted more than 7 months so far. We're trying with the tarp over the top and everything that we're doing. We're trying to extend the life by keeping the sun off, but it's still in the hot air all the time. Who knows? If you were here on Friday, you know I've already got mice inside. I think it was Friday night. I've already got a mouse inside. Tina tore the doorway. We're going to get to that because that's in the week that we're talking about. Tina tore the doorway, tore the zip off all around the bottom of the door. So now the floor, sorry, the wall, that skirt, that bottom 6 inches, the threshold is lying flatter and things can come in, and I think something has. I don't know where else it might have coming from, unless it's burrowed. It's going directly under, which they did last time, in fairness. But they don't usually come this time of year. They're usually in winter. To come late summer might be a sign of desperation on their part. So I'm having to deploy the mouse traps already. But Karen and family acquired the next new tent, so you don't have to. That will save you guys some money. You won't have to help me this winter, hopefully. Appreciate it if you do, but you won't have to contribute towards a tent. Okay, folks. Those were the that is it as far as I know. Correct myself later on if necessary. Those are the thank yous for the week. Terry, Ivan and Karen, I thank you all sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, folks, as I said, we're dealing with August the 3rd, also known as last Sunday. The 7 days up to last Sunday, not this Sunday. Themes for the week: tent damage, as I just mentioned. My doggy. I woke up one night in the middle of the night to the sound of tearing. Now, Tina for a couple of months has been bum shuffling in and out of the tent as she needed to. If she decides that she suddenly needs a pee or a poo in the night, I've walked her at 11 o'clock or midnight, but it's now 3 in the morning, and suddenly, instead of waiting until I get up at 6 or whatever, or waking me up and coming and getting me, no, instead of that, she's been bum shuffling in and out and doing what she needs to do when she needs to do it. Which I thought was kind of cute, until this day, when on her way out of the door, her foot's gone through the wall under the zip, and then she's tried to carry on, and she's tore the zip from the fabric all the way across the bottom and about 6 or 9 inches up both sides. If I tell you that I was not best happy, being woken up at 4 in the morning to the sound of tearing, it would be a massive, massive fucking understatement. I was like, I kicked the bitch out. Just get the fuck out and don't come back. I want nothing to do with you breaking my fucking tent. I was very, very angry. On the flip side, she's my doggy darling and I love her. Other themes for the week. The week prior, we'd had the visit from a vet, and I was hoping that in that first 7 to 10 days we'd see some miraculous improvement. Suddenly, the reducing inflammation around the joints in her back that may or may not be the problem. If they reduced and weren't rubbing against each other, maybe we'd have some great improvement. Didn't happen, folks. Not responding to treatment. And the other theme for the week is the Russian guy down the road who keeps coming and taking my gas and water. First few times he came, he had water and he just wanted to heat it up. Then he started just coming along and just taking my water, using my gas. Last few days, he's only been around, I think, twice this week. That's an improvement. I'm too soft. I should have fucked him off first time, but he's a guy who's homeless and who looks like he needs, you know. He looks like he's got money though. He's constantly going to the shop and coming back with bits and pieces. So why not buy your own fucking camping stove and gas bottle? You know, the little gas canisters. I mean, they're expensive for what they are, but you take care of you. Don't use mine so much. Don't know, folks. Maybe I'm being uncharitable. I'm a little bit like that sometimes. I say yes when they come along because I don't like confrontation too much. You'll see. It's the week in question where he has to keep my lighter. I don't fucking, no, I need the fuck. That's my fuck. What am I lighting the fucking fire with if you take my lighter? And we also, this is the week I think where he came along at 11:30 at night wanting to start making coffee with my gas while I was in the middle of a live stream talking to you guys. I had to get out of bed. He wanted to borrow my lighter. I had to come out here and talk. Fuck off. No. It's after dark. Get the fuck. So those folks, those are, in however condensed and potted a version you like them to be, those are the themes, the upcoming events, while we discuss the events of the week ending August the 3rd, last Sunday, 2025, here in TrampCast 80. I'm gonna grab a swig of beer just to keep the throat lubricated. We're just over the hour, and I'm gonna have a look through chat to see what I've missed. I don't think you're being too talkative. There aren't actually that many of you here. Crystal Palace, said Rob. Okay, that was the football, yeah? Let me go back. Does that cry, C-R-Y? Yeah, okay. That does fit. What did I don't know whether I said something different or not. It certainly fits with the letters, so yeah. And there was Oscar just turned chat back on. So no one's talking. Has my chat froze or let me go top chat and then back to live chat. There are other comments that weren't showing. Now I've got to scroll back. Fuck, I hate when that happens. Why does that happen? Oh man, there's so many. Jesus Christ. Apologies to anyone religious. I don't mean to be sacrilegious or profane. There's so much. Why was this not showing up? I thought I was talking to myself. Crystal Palace, there we go, that was Rob. Great to listen to an original TrampCast Spanish style. Tim Timony, hello my friend. Mostly Greek loan words. We get a lot of them, Greek and Latin, but yeah. TrampCast original, and what do I call it? When I'm referring to it, I call it TrampCast proper, as meaning not the not the hangouts, the chats. Normally it would be a catch up in the week's page, but we're dealing with a week ago, the previous week. Oh, controversial take there from Alan. Alan in Norfolk says, all religions are hocus pocus based on superstition and ridiculous. I reached a very similar conclusion aged 7 in school. We were each given a little Bible, a tiny little Bible with tissue paper pages. And I did the usual thing that people do. And I didn't know, I wasn't prompted, I wasn't told this by anybody, but I read the first half a dozen pages. So Adam and Eve have these kids who grow up and get married. Adam and Eve, the only people on the planet, have children who grow up and get married. Excuse me? Do what now? What? Who are these women? What? I don't quite remember the timing of this. How did it happen? Cain and Abel. There was a third. There was another Cain, Abel, and Seth, I believe, from memory. Probably others. Wasn't Noah over 1,000 years old? Weren't all the original men, not just Methuselah, but everybody up until Methuselah lived to be like over 1,000. But Cain, Abel, and Seth are male children of the only people on earth. And it's not commented on. They grow up and get married. And it's not explained. What are they marrying? Here's one for you. Just to drive the religious really daft. Eve was Adam's second wife, according to some versions of all of this that go way back. He was married to Lilith, who was a half demon, if I remember correctly. Now, half demon, half human, but what human who? Human what? Where did the other human come from? There was only Adam. Eve hadn't even, the rib had not been taken to fall. These were the writings of a tribe out in the Middle East, probably somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 years ago, that became the Old Testament. Well, sorry, the Jews wouldn't even call it the Old Testament, would they? But it became what Christianity called the Old Testament afterwards. Man of science, don't want to get too much into picking apart people's belief systems and religions. If somebody says to me, God bless you, God be with you, bless you, thank you. I accept those well wishes in the spirit they're intended. Do I believe in your deity? Probably not. But I accept the well wishes in the spirit that now, and I'm not deliberately going to sit here and pick apart your religion and be that guy. Not unless we're specifically having that conversation, which we're not at this point. So I'll move on. But yeah, I mean, Alan, if you think 100 religions, and if there is a real creator out there, which one's right? The odds of any one of those religions being the correct one are pretty remote. Our fingers phalanges, fingers and toes, I believe. I'm not sure how you got there, Tim Timony, or why you're asking, but that is my understanding of the word. It is those small bones that form these bits. You're hilarious and slightly risque. Very gay. Mike really takes us to the galaxy and back. Planted. Reebok were good, but NB are my favourite as the widest. NB, I've no idea. I was never one for brand names. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I think I'm gonna move the chair, but I might also take the t-shirt off. I'm red hot and wet through. Not like that, but sweat. And also, And also we're approaching that time of day with all the flies. Let's see what I can do here. Can I get out of the fucking sun? I'm out of the sun. I don't know how stable it is. I hope this doesn't offend anybody. I know some ladies don't like it when guys go topless, but it's very, very moist. And also I've got lots and lots of flies biting my fucking ankles. Well, I don't know about biting, but they are all... I'll try and keep the camera up here so you're not looking at... There'll be no nippleage. Sorry to disappoint anybody. No naked feet and no nipples. How's that? I'll try and stay decent. Cheers, folks. Oh, glasses. I can't see this. The screen's dark. I can't see it from the point of view of brightness still. Brightness is on full and we've got adaptive on. Oh, the match has gone to penalties. 2-2 on penalties, isn't it? Or 2-2 and it goes to penalties. I'm not quite sure what that's showing. This was what we used to call the Charity Shield. It's now called the Community Shield. Okay. I just thought I'd give you a sports update while we're here. 1 minute I'm talking about Colosseums, 1 minute I'm bitching about religion, the next minute I'm giving you sports updates from the football. This must mean that the Premiership starts next week, yeah? When I was a kid, it started on August the 28th, or, you know, that last weekend in August. Where are we now? We're on the 10th, and we're about to start the football season. That's no good. Reebok were good, but NB, which I've never heard of, and my favourite as the widest, said Tim Timoney. I was never one for brands. I was a £5 off the market kind of sports shoe kind of guy. Never did anything with brands and with... Unless they were just dirt cheap, like normal price. I was never a brand. They're made in the same factory by the same people, probably with the same level of quality control. Got no real... Mount Vesuvius, that was last episode, yeah. Got your weather here. Sign of nature. Hello, my friend. My favourite conspiracy theorist and free man of the land. What's the other one? There's another word that I always use. Free man of the land, and it's not going to come, is it? Oh, you guys must get sick of this, but I get even more sick of it when I can't get the right word. Something citizen. Not sanctuary citizen. What's the word I'm looking for? Someone will tell me. Someone will tell me, because it just doesn't. I just asked Morticia, the lady down the road. She just actually stopped and gave me some money, and I asked her name. And it was a really melodic, really nice name. And I instantly forgot it. I need to ask her again. That's bad. After 3 years here nearly, 2.5 years here, I finally ask her name. She tells me. And within 10 seconds it was gone. I hate myself for that. I hate that. Oscar's got to turn chat off. He's still listening though. Okay. Hot enough, chocolate melted instantly. Very, very gay. For fuck's sake, it's Sunday. I was convinced the shops were open. They are here. But I know what you mean. I grew up where shops were closed on Sunday and Wednesday afternoon. Half day closing. Everywhere had to have one day where they closed halfway through the day for staff, and almost nowhere was open Sunday. Seaside towns maybe, but no. What's the word? I'm still trying to think. Free man of the land, also a something citizen. It's not my day. The vocabulary, the words, the dendrites are not signalling properly to each other. It's not going to get there. I wonder how they kept the water from seeping out, or did they just have slaves constantly running back and forth with buckets? I'm going to tell you that it's Roman cement, Roman concrete. Roman concrete 2,000 years ago is better than modern day concrete. Now it will absorb some slowly over time, but it's not going to be running out. No, it's not going to be like it's not going to be trickling out like if you had a modern build and they're having to keep the tap turned on because it's running out quicker than it's running in. None of that shit. Proper skilled workmen. 10,000 years ago had metropolitan areas like today. 10,000 might be pushing it. 10,000 years ago we were building Stonehenge. Thousands of years before the pyramids. Here's one, folks. Here's one. When they built the pyramids, the Sphinx was already as old as the pyramids are now. The riddle of the Sphinx, nobody knows who built it, hence what's that rhyme? Look upon my, Ozymandias, look upon my works. When they built the people building the pyramids are closer to us than they were to the people who built the Sphinx. Allegedly. I find that fascinating. The Sphinx and the pyramids gleamed like mirrors when they were built. They were plated with shiny limestone or I don't know the exact stone. I'm saying limestone because bright white. But yeah, they were coated. They were shiny. They shone like fucking almost like mirrors. Ozymandias and the riddle of the pyramids. In the countryside, no shop opens before 10. Where Thomas is, they don't open at all on a Sunday. Bless you, Chief, says Tim Timoney. I think he's being funny. I think he's playing funny buggers about the religion. Is it still practiced widely in Asia, Africa? Don't know what it is. In low rate, okay, slavery. Not so much in East Africa. No, sorry, not so much in West Africa. I always have to think about my Wests and my Easts, which is terrible. Not so much in West Africa, because we policed that and stopped the whole slave trade. So not East Africa to the Middle East. The Middle East still have quite an active slave trade. The Arabs and yeah. Yeah. If that's what we mean by practice, if that's what we're talking about, if that's in-law racism doesn't exist. Hey, if God says you can have a slave as long as he's not from your city or country, state was a modern translation, but it wouldn't have been the word used at the time because I don't think the word existed. Shops bigger than 30 square meters are banned from doing business on Sunday. So 30 square meters would be what I would call like a corner shop. You walk in, there's a bit of floor and there's a counter and everything's behind the counter and you have to ask the person there for what you want. Now those guys are going to survive. If the world goes like California and whatever it's gone with all the shoplifting, people just walking in with bags and just picking up what they want. If you have to have the shopkeeper for everything, those shops are going to survive, aren't they? Especially if the shopkeeper has a big wooden stick behind the counter. How would you do it? It's just a heavy broom. You didn't have a club. You didn't have a big stick as a weapon. You just happened to have this big heavy brush. And we're getting to the point where you have to have an angle. You have to have a way of protecting yourself. Embargo, embargo, they drink it in the Congo. Umbunga. You can't say that anymore. They raided as far as Iceland. The whole world used to grab people from other countries for slavery. They really did. I mean, it's... How do I word it? African Americans have got a chip on their shoulder because they're ignorant. They don't know that slavery was always a thing. All the world, everywhere, all the while, all along. Yeah, it's terrible what was done to them, taking them from one continent to another. That's terrible. The things that happened were terrible. But it was generations ago at a time when it was the Africans that were selling them. Why blame us? Blame the people that sold you, or your ancestors. It's terrible. But I'm a proud Brit. I'm proud of our part in the slave trade. When the slave trade was a thing, we were really good at it. But then we were the first to turn around and say, do you know what? This maybe isn't so good. And then we made everybody else stop. Or the majority of everybody else. Certainly in the West. We made them stop. So many people think that the American Civil War was about slavery. It wasn't. It was about politics, and slavery crept into the argument. And the British applied pressure to Lincoln. We'll help you, but only if. Or we'll stop helping them, because we had a thing about, we were on the other side. But we'll stop helping them and maybe help you if you change your mind about that issue. The war didn't start off as being about slavery. It was about power and who's in control, and whether the central government has a say over the states and what they each decide. About the autonomy of states and where the lines are, the limits. Anyway, folks, if we don't get a move on, we're never going to finish today's stream. I haven't started yet. I haven't started talking about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We've done the numbers, the thank yous, and the themes. We're about to start talking about that particular week. And I've got an itchy nose with flies and whatever else is going on. My beer's getting warm, but with your permission, I'll grab the next beer and line it up before we begin so that I don't have to break off too early once we do get going. See whether we can't just push through and get this done in one go. I just gotta hope that the parasol doesn't knock everything over like it did just before we went live. Give us a second. Oh, nipple. Nippleage. Yeah. Again, when you pay for cold beer and you don't get to drink it before it's gone warm already. So that's a wasted 10 cents, isn't it? What are you? I don't even know where you've come from. What the fuck? There's a bag getting tangled up with me and in my way. And it's not a bag I've had anything to do with today. Let's see whether we can push the chair forward a bit more again. And down. Secured. I honestly can't even see myself, folks. Okay. My cold beer. Oh, yeah, I nearly dropped it. My cold beer's got soil on it again. It's not a cold beer, but cooler than the others. Okay, folks. As they used to say on the radio, are you sitting comfortably? And then I'll begin. I don't know how far I got in chat. I think I'm there or there. No, I'm not. I'm not there or thereabouts. Oh. Okay, let me just give me another couple of minutes. We're on 1 hour 25. Give me 5 minutes and I'll try and catch up with chat. Sovereign authority of the imperial crown and the constitutional hierarchy is natural common law. That will be my friend sign of nature. Free man of the land and sovereign citizen. There's the wording I was looking for. He'll have told me somewhere down at Pangea forever. Okay, Rob. Whoa, it's jumped to the bottom and I wasn't there. Hold on, now I've got to go back and find my place. Oh, I've got to go back a long way. Palace won, that's no good. I'm a Liverpool fan, for fuck's sake. I didn't even know this was happening. Nog in the Nog was okay. Big Trouble in Little China. That's an interesting film because he made no... That's like... guy out of Star Wars. Harrison Ford. His archaeology, Dr. Jones, Indiana Jones. In the first film, Indiana Jones had no effect on the outcome of the entire film. He didn't stop the Nazis, he didn't do anything, nothing he did changed the course of the movie. The Germans got the artifact, all he did was say close your eyes so that him and the girl didn't melt. Everything else was, if anything, he led the Germans to the artifact and to the... Yeah. But Big Trouble in Little China is the same. If you watch it and you tell yourself that Kurt Russell or Jack, what's the character called? Can't remember. Tell yourself whenever you're watching him, he affects nothing. He shoots a gun in the air and some concrete falls down, knocks him on the head and knocks him unconscious. He has nothing he does changes anything in the entire film. It's very much like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Let's go. Bad hombres, all these Abrahamites, all the tribes of Abraham. We're descendants of those tribes, maybe, probably. Battlestar Galactica, the 12 tribes. Yeah, anyway. Tell him to get some gas and water for you. My Russian friend. To be honest, for it to be a noticeable amount of gas, he'd have to be here a long time and do an awful lot of cooking. The 14 kilogram bottle of gas should go, you know what I mean? I should be able to cook for half an hour a day, every day for 6 months before it's... before it runs out. So 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, a few times a week shouldn't really dent it that much, but it's just the, what's the word? Not arrogance, but yeah. What's up with the profile picture? Asks what YML. It's an online campaign. So Clippy, the paperclip in the 90s was hated. This was software that was watching what you were doing, kind of spying on you in a way, and it looks like you're writing a letter. Can I help you with that? And everybody hated it, and it became a joke, a laughing stock. It was rubbish. But it didn't beam any of your data anywhere else. It didn't do the dirty on you. It was genuinely trying to help, and it was local. And the idea here is that modern software, and especially AI and stuff, is looking at what you're doing on your computer and is beaming that shit away. Sharing it, recording it. Yes, it might be looking to help you, but it's also cataloguing what you're doing and then deciding who to sell that information to. Oh, this guy's into this kind of content, let's try and sell him that. It's Clippy on acid. It's Clippy to the nth power. It's Clippy but spying on you and selling you out. Clippy never did that. So the kind of the reaction is to say, you know what, maybe Clippy wasn't so bad after all. Clippy's a good guy. He was misguided, he was rubbish, he was inept, but he wanted to help. And he wasn't selling your data down the fucking road. He was watching over your shoulder, and you might not have liked that, but he wasn't beaming it out there and recording it and telling everyone and then trying to sell your data and sell you adverts based on what you were doing or writing. So this is the response, that bring back Clippy almost. We'd rather have Clippy to help us than some of this fucking AI spyware bullshit. If I touch my phone incorrect, like if I catch my phone with the palm of my hand, this fucking AI shit pops up and I can't get rid of it. I've told my phone to uninstall this shit 3 times and I'm still getting it. Why? I can't remember what it's called, but I don't know whether it's Android or Samsung, but you catch that, like the home button, I think you double tap it or long press it. If my palm happens to just sit on that button too long, shit pops up. Shit's been uninstalled 3 times. Why is shit popping up? How do I get rid of that shit? How do I tell it not to share whatever's on screen with somebody else? It's wrong. So the idea is bring back Clippy, all is forgiven. Come back Clippy. Hey babe. Let's, for those of you that arrived late, I did do this earlier. I can't see my, here she is, Hey babe. So everybody's changing their icon, their thumbnail, their avatar, whatever you want to call it. Everyone's changing it to Clippy, to say fuck you to the modern world and to bring back Clippy. Here's Tina, for those of you that like Tina. Hello Tina. You're tied up, aren't you, darling? And you're probably, yeah, you've got the lead wrapped around your body. If I offered you a treat, let me see what I can do. Can I do this and have you still see her, or is shit in the way? Oh, the pole from the brawl is in the way, I think. There she is, she's on camera. I'm gonna try and offer her a treat without... She's not gonna get here though, folks. I'm gonna have to throw it over to her. She's not gonna get here fully because she's tied to that tree. It's okay, babe, it's okay. Daddy take care of it. Daddy will take care of it. Yeah. I can't pass it to you, but I'll throw it. Can you catch it? Can Tina catch? Wait. Catch! No. You got it though, yeah? Quick. Pick it up before it gets muck on it. 5-second rule. I think you fucked it. I don't think you got there within 5 seconds. One more maybe afterwards. We'll do one more. No, that side won't open. That side does. There we go. And again. I would just reach across to you, darling, but it won't reach. Wait. You got it? Whoop! Yes, my girl! That's my girl. Did you see that? I'm going to have to clip that and do an action replay. That was my girl. When I deliver it right to her in the right way, she can just pluck it right out the fucking air. That's a trick I taught her early on. Did I teach her or did I just allow her to explore that side of herself? I'm not sure. Okay. We know what he looks like, a dashing gent. Fucking hell. You're, what's the word? You're catfishing me like that woman was the other day. Did anybody see that? The woman that was trying to butter me up and tell me, yeah, no. Alibaba and the 40 Abrahams. You're allowed to say ragheads still, aren't you? Did I just cross a line? Towel heads? Yasses. I don't fuck. There's all. Oh, okay, the silent. Oh, PH to make an F. That's not really silent. Otherwise, it'd just be phalanges. Phalange. PH, that's a thing, but it's not silent. Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. Ptolemy was one of Alexander's generals, and they stayed on. And after Alexander died, because he died young, didn't he? After Alexander died, they stayed in charge, and a few generations later, you had Matey Girl, the bath of milk, the asps, the fuck. Don't do this. Don't tell me I can't remember her name now. Cleopatra. Fuck. That took too long. Cleopatra. She was like the great granddaughter of Ptolemy that had been one of Alexander's generals. More greats than that, because I think it was 5 years in between them. 500 years, was it? She was just before or just after Jesus. She was around the zeros. And Alexander was he 500 BC or 250 BC? So there would have been many generations of the Ptolemaic dynasty before we got to Queen Cleo. Amanda Barry in the Carry On films. Amanda Barry went on to Coronation Street, yeah? Okay, folks, are we going to make a go of this at some point? Are we going to get this thing started? I was determined to get going here, and then I started reading chat, and I got nowhere. There's many Palace One. I don't hear that shit. 80 Mercury runny business. Mercury the metal. Not sure. Where we got 80 Mercury runny business. Would that be 80 Fahrenheit? Which would be what? Knock off 32 to get to 44. Add 10%, should be 11, but 44 take you back to 50. Halve it, get you 25? No, that's not right. Mercury's liquid before 25 Celsius, isn't it? Don't know where we're going with 80 Mercury running business, not sure. The wasps have been after my beer all day, says Tim Timony. Shook them off back in the van and on the tee. Where are you? You're somewhere on the east coast at the minute, Tim Timony, yeah? With your van? Remind me. You were somewhere up around Mabel. It wasn't Mablethorpe, was it? But you were somewhere up that way, the last I heard. I don't know whether you move around or not, or whether I'm even misremembering. But Tony T, hello everyone. Hello Tony T. Hornets are worse than wasps, probably. Adam and Eve was genetic engineering. Ooh. Yeah, I guess so. If you take a man's rib, I often wonder whether any of this is to do with time travel and stuff, folks. Some of the things in history turn out to match reality. If you talk about tablets with writing on them and written by lightning, that doesn't half start to sound like a silicon chip, which is produced by ultraviolet lasers shining through a screen to etch onto stone. That's the when you engrave the circuitry on a silicon chip, on silicon to make silicon chips. Some of the things about things coming out of chaos It's like if you imagine time traveling and going back in time and trying to distill an idea down, trying to explain something to a more primitive, a more ignorant people, capable of learning, but they just don't have the concepts and the basics. How would you explain it to them? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost sounds like inheritance and DNA to me. A lot of this stuff, I wonder whether if you went back and tried to explain some of these concepts like DNA and genetics, wouldn't you end up with it's passed from the Father to the Son and downwards, and it reaches backwards? Holy Ghost would be the going backwards. Father, Son coming forwards, but inherited from way back. Wouldn't that be Holy Ghost? It makes me wonder, especially when they use words like chaos. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder about stuff like this. You got Sky Sports rigged up, nice one. Not me, although I've got a TV. Wasps are hedonistic cycles. Maybe. Unless you are buying outdoors brands, they will have better quality. Sovereign citizen, yeah, okay. I got there in the end with my verbiage, with my wording, but that was ages ago, and I'm so far behind. We're 1 hour 40 in, and I haven't started going through the week's events. I got to get on with that, folks. If you mean what I think, okay, that's other people. You're talking amongst yourselves. I wouldn't come back here if you got no family ties. It's grim, stay in the sun. I got to come back and get my money. And in order to do that, I've got to leave Spain. Once I leave Spain, I won't be allowed back into Schengen for maybe some number of years, maybe just never. Here we go. If you don't consent, my mate Sign of Nature here believes that you can just opt out of the legal process. If you don't consent, they can't touch you. If you don't consent in the UK, you become richer in the spiritual monetary aspects. Aliens heading for Earth. I think there's a chance of that. Old Jesus, when he arrived in Nazareth and wasn't Joseph's kid. Time traveler or alien? You decide. Sporty Spice in Ibiza. I've got no context. I don't know what that's about. Has Mel C done something? I don't know. I said bless you because she sneezed heavily. Okay, it wasn't a religious thing. It was a sneezing thing. I get you. They used to say bless you because they believed when you sneezed that your soul left your body and the devil or other demons could get in and inhabit your flesh. So having someone say bless you protected you while the soul temporarily jumped out of the body. They've discovered an entire network deep under the pyramids with new technologies. Yeah, I'm not sure that they have. This is very much up for debate. If you watch a guy called Metatron online, the guy who says that this is what they found with these different kind of X-rays and satellite imagery and what have you. It's very much new technology, new novel science, let's call it. Not peer-reviewed, not agreed with by anyone of note. Stargate was all about pyramids and ancient and the History Channel and its Ancient Aliens programs. Just no. Just no. I would love for some of it to be true. I remember from the 70s onwards, they found these canopic jars that had acids and metals in. Batteries! If you've got an acid and some metals, that's a battery. These engravings look like they were doing heart transplants back in 3,000 years ago. Really? Does it really? I'd love it to be true. I would have loved for the Antikythera device to have been a working computer. At best, it was a clock. Phases of the Moon, Olympic Games, and there were 3 other games. So every 4 years, there was a game every year. One was the Olympics, and then you had these other ones either 3 years, and the Olympics come around every 4 years. Phases of the Moon, tides, I don't know, whatever. That's probably what the Antikythera device was. I would love for it all to be a Stargate and ancient aliens and pyramid power, and that'd be marvellous. Just what are the odds, folks? What are the odds? Oh man, this is sounding more like a Hangout than a TrampCast proper. I've got to get on with discussing the week that we're supposed to be talking about. You've got a touch of Viking about you, Mike. Have you had any DNA tests? No. I just assume my dad's my dad. Although he did call me a bastard that one time, which makes me think. The Brits were great at sailing ships. Others were better with money and dealing with human livestock. So yeah, ships, we did well with technology and things, didn't we? The compass. We also inherited, I guess, the using crystals to polarize light so that you could see where the sun was behind clouds. So you could see sunrise and sunset and work out your easts and wests. And noon, solar noon, work out where north is. And then later on we had, I knew his name until a minute ago, the guy that invented the clock, the chronometer that would work at sea. He wasn't even a clocksmith, he was a, what was he? Didn't he work on mills or something? He was a guy who worked on the cogs on mills. But he managed to make a chronometer that would work at sea, so that you could keep track, so that you, in order to know when it's noon, you needed to know the time, and you knew from that would give you your, was it longitude or latitude? And you could work out from that how far away you were from, say, London, from 0 degrees. Harrison, John Harrison. Fuck, what a memory. I was only 60 seconds too late. Harris or Harrison? I think Harrison. Fuck. I hate that this is happening to me. I hate that my brain works or doesn't work this way. But we'll keep going, folks. We'll keep going. Britannia ruled the seas. It did indeed. Hello, Karen. Hello, everyone everywhere, as Fama would say. Or something like that. His monocle will come. I've left the lens inside. I haven't got the monocle here for when I can't see what's going on screen. The lens is inside. Over familiarity of the Ruski. Have I said something about knowing about Russians? I'm not sure. Jumpers for goalposts. That's when I was a kid and the glasses used to get run over by the tractor in the field. Shit sticky. Getting the wrong end of the stick. That was a Roman thing. 8 men would share a sponge on the end of a stick. This is how you wiped your bum back in the day. Wet sponge. Wash your ass after you've finished. Dip it back in the water and clean the sponge. But when you passed it to the next man, you were supposed to pass handle first. But if you didn't like him, or if there's just some miscommunication between you, and he grabbed it prematurely, he might grab the shitty end of the stick, or the wrong end of the stick. You got the wrong end of the stick, my friend. You misunderstood. My newest phone I can't even power off. That function now opens my AI assistant. I could have sworn I uninstalled. That's me. 3 times I've uninstalled the AI assistant. Today, I had to take the SIM card out with my phone wouldn't update over mobile data. It wouldn't update the operating system. I had to take the SIM out of here and put it into here. Then I had to open up my mobile hotspot so that the phone could connect by Wi-Fi to do the fucking update. And now I've set it to future updates can be over either Wi-Fi or mobile broadband. It never gave me that option. It couldn't update over its own mobile broadband, even when I was sat there with like 180 gigabytes waiting to be used. My renewal is tonight at midnight, and I've only just dipped into the 150 gigabytes that carried over from last month, and then there's this month's 150. There's basically 300 gigabytes waiting to be used, and my phone would not download the fucking update except over Wi-Fi. So I had to put the SIM card in here and open up the hotspot. How fucking ridiculous is that? None of this has got anything to do with the week ago, with the week that ended last Sunday. Lewis Rossman, it is the Clippy is Lewis Rossman, yeah. I think I told you guys about him a few weeks ago. That's Thomas. Lewis Rossman's my hero. One of my heroes. When I message people in WhatsApp, Google will start throwing me products up immediately afterwards that are related. WhatsApp is part of Facebook. It'll be Facebook rather than Google, or at least it's Facebook that's paying Google to show those ads. Yeah. Simply the best. She's simply the best, better than all the rest. Well done, Tina. What did she? You're live. How long was I disconnected? Half a second? She's simply the best. That was when she caught the metatarsal better than falafels. Falafels are... what are the beans called? Garbanzo beans. Hummus. Balls of hummus fried. Is that a falafel? I think it is. Cleopatra was the last Ptolemy. Yeah, she was, because, yeah. Who rolled her up in the carpet? Mark Antony? Maybe? And then he fought with Caesar or whatever. I don't know, I can't remember. Walk like an Egyptian, says Rob. Yeah. Evening all, pardon my rudeness. Your rudeness is forgiven, sir. I don't know what rudeness we're talking about, but I heard there's people you can pay to ferry you across. Did you hear that? Human traffickers. Or just ferrymen. We used to just call people who took you across water on a boat, we used to just call them ferrymen. Now we call them human traffickers to demonize them, I guess. Now, I'm not paying 10 grand to get back to the UK. It's just not worth that much to me. The amount of money I've got in the bank ain't that much. It's not a thing. And it's only 22 miles. I could probably fucking swim that. Maybe. In salt water, I've always had that ability to just take a deep breath and float. If you can float, you lay on your back and just sweep it backwards and just and sweep it backwards and another breathe out, breathe in. As long as it's not too, I mean, how difficult, let's call it 40 kilometers. And let's assume that each time you sweep your arms like that, you're going to travel a metre. You've only got to do it 40,000 times. It's not that. If it was me on my own, I reckon I could do that. Yeah, I mean, once you're out in the middle there and there are big fucking ships coming past and stuff in the lanes, in the highly trafficked lanes, it's probably a little tricky. But there's no way like the Navy or whatever are going to find you if you don't want them to find you. Shit, if they can't find rubber dinghies and stop them, there's no way they're going to stop me. I could always put some fucking armbands on or have a plastic bag. I could take my trousers off and tie the legs up and fill them, you know, smack them down into the water and trap air in the legs like you were taught in your swimming survival class when you were 8. You never thought it would become useful. But you're out at sea and you've got a pair of fucking trousers. Just tie a knot in the end, slap them into the water, hold them and lay kind of half on them. And kick with your legs. Go for it, lad. You can do it. Me on my own, I could do it. I'm fairly fucking sure I'd make that shit. Tina, not so much. Or me with Tina, not so much. Thomas went to the shop. He forgot it was Sunday. His Rizzlers were missing. Oh no! Expected to find them at home and they were not. He walked back. So now he's. Do you find them in the street, kind of thing? Stubbornness pays off. I've done that where I've dropped a €20 note and I've gone looking for it and I've found it. But other times I've lost a fucking €50 note and not found it. And that is the most sickening feeling in the world. When you haven't got much money and somehow you've had a fucking €50 note in your ass pocket and you've checked that it's there and checked that it's there, but what you don't realise is each time you check it's there, you're risking. You put your hand in your pocket, it's there, but then you pull your hand out, don't you? And sometimes it can come out with your hand and just fall on the fucking floor and blow away. Every time you check whether it's there, you're risking losing it. In a place like an airport, be careful if you hear someone say, "Stop thief," or "pickpocket." You'll instinctively reach for the pocket that has your wallet in, or your money. And people watch for that. Sometimes they'll stage shouting, "Stop thief," or "Stop pickpocket." And everyone around reaches for like their ass pocket. Some people watch for that. And they're monitoring. They're monitoring to catch, to see who's got what where. And then the pickpocket knows what pocket he's aiming for when you walk out. My calves are itching like hell, guys. I am up to date in chat, or at least, I said this before, I'm as up to date as chat tells me. Let me do top chat and live chat and see whether it's the same chat. It's not. There's more. Is there? Went to the shops, discover soon. Oh no, Rizzlers, okay. No, there's only one extra message. Got my 10k in. Your 10,000 steps, Thomas. Okay. Okay, folks. I am up to date with chat. You'll be pleased to know. We've got 1 minute until 2 hours. So if with your indulgence, I'll scratch my calves, not thighs. I'll scratch my calves because flies. I got my big tennis racket, but I haven't got it turned on. I was saving that for later. I'm fully expecting to go almost straight into a TrampCast Hangout later. Although it may be argued this has pretty much been a Hangout so far. We've done like the random introduction. We've done the numbers, the thank yous, and the themes of the week. The Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we haven't done yet. We haven't started yet. Mel and Andy, hello mate. Just back off the working beach. Many thanks, Mike, for the comment on the wee film you made about us. Respect, brother. Folks, these guys, go back to their channel. When I broke down in tears almost the other night, These are the people. This how would I put this? Mel and Andy. Well, Mel's no longer with us. Andy's the husband whose wife had the cancer and osteoporosis, who was forced to get up off her deathbed. And well, I'm not going to recount it all here and now because, well, because Andy's here, but it's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my fucking life, I think. I misspoke the other day when I described Andy as being bitter. Passionate is the word I should have gone with. And understandably so. The gentleman is really, really far more restrained than I, physically more restrained. He swears. If you go and watch his videos, if you don't like swearing, then don't go. It's not for you. He's a normal bloke, and when shit happens, he says, "Fuck, shit happened," and he's going to tell it that way, like I do. If you don't like swearing, then maybe it's not the channel for you. But I've got links in various places, some of my recent videos to their video. I've tried to recap it. I broke down in tears in the Thursday night episode 78 of TrampCast, I think it was. And hugs right back at you, mate, in a no homo kind of way. But yeah. It is possibly the most disgusting incident of the NHS I think I've ever heard. And I've heard about people accidentally having the wrong leg amputated, or going in for a mole removal and they end up fucking having their testes removed or whatever. I've heard those stories. Those are accidents. This was somebody in a health centre telling a lady that her husband can't come and collect her prescription and her medication. She'll have to just get up and get out off her deathbed and come and get the meds, despite bone cancer and osteoporosis. And while she's up and out and about, bones start snapping. Sorry, Andy, I probably shouldn't really say this in front of you, mate. I don't mean to. I'm just trying to tell everybody. It's a few years ago, guys. I think it's about 9 years ago. But it's obviously, it's front and centre for Andy. It's his life. It's his wife, or was his wife. It's disgusting. What have we become as a nation where that is acceptable? Nobody got punished. Nobody lost their jobs. Nobody... Is this deja vu? What, because I'm talking about the same thing again? No, the guy himself just came into chat and talked to me, so I'm going to recap it, if that's all right with you. I make no apologies for that. It hit me this week. It hit me 3 weeks ago when I first saw the video. This week on Thursday I was telling, like this TrampCast is about a specific week, on Thursday I was talking about a different specific week, and I didn't realise this was in my notes. I'd talked about Tina and getting the vet and all of this, and then, oh fuck, this was then. And I teared up. I was on the verge of crying midstream, guys. I've done that once before. I'm not a big girl's blouse. I'm not a big Jessie that starts crying over nothing. I'm a big whack 'em, smack 'em, I'll hit anybody, anywhere, anytime fucking kind of guy. And I mean that. I will. I have. I did. But I was on the verge of tears on Thursday night. Just because I was I was in tears 3 weeks ago when I saw this video. Nobody should have to go through that. Not him, not her, not their family. Just No. Just fucking no. We have a national healthcare system. We all pay into the pot, the ones in the country, pay into the pot so that these things are covered when people need them. To force someone off their deathbed to walk in and get the prescription and to go get their meds. Just no. And okay, I'm sorry if you're bored because this is like the second or third time I've talked about it. Sorry about that. But follow Andy. Go to his channel and show him the love. Mel and Andy and we, yeah, you see, you got some Scots in it. We clan Lowe, Lowe. But Mel N with a N, Mel and Andy, and we clan Lowe. Been off grid for over 40 plus years. So have they've got many stories from police. Yeah, like me. You come to the attention of the police. You can't help picking up a record just because of it's situational, folks. Most of you never get stopped by the police, never talk to the police, never have any dealings with the police. Maybe once in your life you've come out of a pub at fucking midnight and some arsehole cop's giving you a bit of grief. We're getting it all the time. You look back at my channel, I have a playlist, Tramp versus Police. They used to come here weekly or fortnightly. They arrested me with no cause and illegally. On private land, they used rules about what you have to do in public with ID and things to arrest me on private land. Admittedly, it's not my private land, but that's got nothing to do with it. The owner hasn't said I can't be here. The owner hasn't complained, so I'm not trespassed. So I'm in my habitual residence getting arrested for public order type things about not providing ID. And Andy has his own stories about the police and, you know, being a... I don't know, Andy, whether you're actual, like, Romany gypsy or whether you're just traveller. You don't have to answer that here if you don't want, but yeah, you've been off-grid 40 years and you've got lots of experience. A lot of it is jealousy. I think some people don't like the fact that others have got freedom from the system, the freedom of the road, the freedom to pull up and just park up where they like. I mean, that's not really me. I'm not here through choice or it's not like a lifestyle choice for me. My bank don't let me have my money. My bank have decided I'm not me. It's different circumstances. But I appreciate you, sir. I understand where you're at and how you got there. And I'm sorry that what happened to you and Mel, I'm sorry that happened to you. And that our system, the British health care system and the British people, I'm sorry they let you down that way. And I said it, I will never say it more strongly than I did on the Thursday night. TrampCast, I think that was 78. On the, was it Wednesday or Thursday? Whenever that was. We've done one more since, I think, and then today. I will never be able to speak it more aggressively, more passionately than I did that first time around. If I did it now, it would seem like rehearsed. I recapped it a little bit, the one after. So 79. 78, the Platinum edition. Yeah. God bless, sir. I'm not a religious man, but God bless. Folks, there are links in my last, I think my last two videos. Certainly the one, 78. I will add it to the friends of the channel. So it's not just in chat in a couple of videos. It will be I'll make it a feature of the description, the friends of the channel block in the description from now on. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Andy. And like I said, I am so sorry that happened to you guys. I think it's the most despicable thing I've ever heard. And nowadays there are a lot of despicable things to hear. Not Romany, not but travelling. Okay, yeah. Ex-forces, your wife Mel worked in care homes all over the UK. Many happy times when we call back to the various homes. Respect again. And to you, sir, and to you, mate. Thank you. I'll be in touch. Drop me an email if you can. It's Delta Mike Torrevieja, like it's spelled below, at gmail.com. I think I posted it in a message earlier. Oh, my calves. I have got a swarm. I'm going to turn the big... Where are we? I'm going to turn the big bat on and see whether we can't fry a few flies. Here's the big bat. Now it's live. The light is on. We're active. Let's see what we can get. I'm going to put it on the floor down between the balls. See if we can fry some flies without frying my knackers. Okay. Okay. Send me an email. Okay. Catch you later, mate. Okay, folks. I was going to start 11 minutes ago. We got sidetracked from a sidetrack from a sidetrack. That was the end of the last can that somehow I didn't finish and left open when I opened the next one. So I am already halfway through this one. So when you see me finish this one in like 10 minutes or something, it's not that I've just cracked it open. That's been open a while. Let's begin, folks. Let's get on with this shit. Otherwise we're going to be here till midnight. Themes for the week we finished. So just to recap, the themes for the week were tent damage because doggy not responding to treatment, and our Russian pal using my gas and water. So that Sunday night we did TrampCast 76, and I did it from the tablet for the first time. That was different. Not having to write out my notes. That was revolutionary. Instead of spending 3 or 4 hours writing out notes. Hey, Smoke, sir. Hello. I've got flies. Yeah, no, something to eat the flies. Look, there was 3 on that elbow. Can you see that? There's a bunch on that elbow. Is that... I don't know how well that's going to show. There is a little cut or graze or something there. And... No, I missed that time. I got one of those got one. At least one got one. I got a feeling I killed 2 out of 3, but I'm not. One's still... They're little annoying bastards, aren't they? It's still here, the same one. And it's one of those ones that will land and take off and land like an inch away again. Really fucking annoying. Okay. How's my friend Ismo? Ismo Finlandia. Kippis, amigo. Shit. I'm trying not to show too much boobage. Big flies, yeah, it's not the mosquitoes, these are flies. And some of them are like horse flies. That one's not too big. But they're going right for that one particular... Oh, I got you. You're dead. You're gone. And I will revel in your death. I'm not going to be a pussy and, oh, isn't it unfortunate I just killed a fly. Fuck that little bastard. Oh, itchy nose. Not in a Nick Rucator kind of way. There's some law there. There's both laws, L-O-R-E and L-A-W, if you know anything about Nick Rucator. But that's a story for another day. Let the Fraggles play down at Fraggle Rock. So we did TrampCast 76 last Sunday, and afterwards we did TrampCast Hangout, probably number 26, although I'm a little bit unsure whether I've got the numbering right with the Hangouts. But I wrote here, very, very enjoyable. I enjoyed last Sunday into the night talking to you guys. But it was a real difference not having to transcribe the notes from the phone to the writing pad. Skål. Salud. Okay, we're getting all the words. Skål, salud. Kippis is Finlandia. Skål is more in Norway, but also a Sweden, I believe. Schloss is somewhere. Is that Germany? Or Austria or somewhere there. Switzerland maybe. Oh. Salud tends to be France and Spain. Oh, although Spain also has arriba, abajo, por centro, no, a centro, por dentro. Above, below, for the middle, for the inside. I like that one. I do like that one. Arriba, is it abajo, arriba, a centro, por dentro, for the inside. Okay, folks. So that was Sunday night. We did TrampCast 26 late into the night. Get this. You remember I said I was in a bit of a slump. I wasn't really making notes. I wasn't really doing the doing when it came to these notes for TrampCast. The entirety of my notes for Monday, the 28th of July. 7 a.m. dog walk, solar panel out, cloudy start, day was close, stroke humid. That's it. That's all that happened all day. I did a morning dog walk, put the solar panel out, it was cloudy and humid. Clearly, that's not all that happened all day. I will have been sat inside watching YouTube videos, watching TV programs, watching films, just passing time. The fan will have been on. I will have been waiting until the solar panel gets enough power stored into the battery, into the EcoFlow, that I can actually put the fan on. And there would have been a juggling act without the sun, but with it being cloudy and humid. That's more tricky. None of that's mentioned here because I couldn't be fucked right in that shit. I do my best for you guys. I do my best to try and keep you updated with progress in my life. Some days I'm just not in the fucking mood. Get over it. Likewise, Tuesday. My friend Mark was leaving on Monday night. He'd come around. I think I'd said in the last episode, I said he'd been around the day before he was due to leave, or the day, maybe 2 days before he was due to leave. He'd come around and he brought me, do you remember he brought me a donut, some biscuits, some mints, and a little bottle of what he thought was whiskey. And it wasn't whiskey, was it? It was the stuff that tasted like cough medicine. Jägermeister. It was Jägermeister. He'd brought that around. So Mark was leaving. He'd told me Monday night. So at like 3 in the morning, I texted him and said, hope you got home okay. And he said, I'm just on my way at the fucking airport. 5 o'clock Tuesday morning is what he calls Monday night. Hi Mark. I know you got home okay, mate. We've spoken since, so we've tippy-tappied since. But yeah, he was leaving at like 5 a.m. I think. Yeah. My Russian friend is back again. He's making way more fucking use of my gas and my water than I am. Earlier, he'd had a lighter. Suddenly he's back. Oh, he hasn't got a lighter, he wants to borrow mine. What do you do with the fucking lighter you had? Where'd that go? Why do you need my lighter? This is one of these days where sometimes I forget to put... I have solar-powered lights in the bedroom. 3 strings of solar-powered lights and 1 string of battery-operated. It's a little bit like a teenage girl's boudoir kind of thing in there. Is boudoir the right word for a teenage girl? I'm not sure. I had all these different lights. I put them all on the least flickery setting that they've got. Some of them will just sit there light on. Some of them will do that for like 30 seconds and then fade out and come back in gradually. I find whatever settings they've got, I find the least flickery setting they have and put them in there. I have two coloured, and one that's bright white, and then I have the battery operated one that's more obviously more controllable. I have a second string of the bright white ones that I haven't even taken out of the box yet. Karen got me at Christmas. They were supposed to be about €5 or €6 each, and when they got to the counter, they only charged €2. Oh fuck! Really? The tennis racket hasn't caught any yet, but my ankles are. Oh. Anyway. Handed your light to someone who didn't hand it back. Yeah, that's possible. But you'd think if it was so crucial to life, you'd keep a fucking handle on it. Could end up like that film Mouse Hunt. Don't think I know that one. Oh, there's 3 on this elbow again. Sometimes it's about scale. Extend that line of thinking to the rodents ripping up your tent. Ooh, don't talk about rodents and tents. There was Karen saying hello to Ismo. Did you guys ever meet yet? I'm not sure you guys have ever been in the same place at the same time. Karen and family met Joby, but I don't think they've met Ismo. Oh, fuck off. In a minute, I'm going to go and get the fly spray because this racket doesn't work in daylight. The little purple light doesn't attract them. At night time, it does. But I'm sat here. I must have 20 flies on me now, guys. Between my 2 ankles, 2 arms, and my chest. Did I miss? Well, I think I got you that time, you little shit. You won't be doing that again. But there's another one here straight away. I think I got it. No, I didn't. Oh, it's annoying. It's annoying. Anyway, oh, well, no, go back. What are you doing? What happened there? Oh, no. Do not look, do not look, do not look. A pair of those. So, Russian making more use of my light and my gas and my water than I am. Forgot to put my solar powered lights out. Yeah. So at 10 o'clock that night, Tuesday, again, minimal notes for the entire day. If I've got no notes, guys, it's a typical ordinary day. Solar panel out, make some coffee, sit in the tent most of the day. Tina will sit outside of that door the other side, and then in the afternoon I'll bring her here. I'll walk her a couple of times through the day, but there's a certain time of day and I'll come and sit her here where she is now, under the... Look at her. You gotta see this. You gotta... Oh, she's sat up. Lay back down, darling. She was just laid down. But under that tree there, through the day, I have to leave her tied up because there's people coming and going and she might make an attempt to go and chase after. At night, I don't tie her up. I'll even just take the lead off and she can just come and move around as she sees fit. If she takes off after someone at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can always just go catch her. There's no... But that'll be rare. There aren't that many people moving in and out or moving around. I have been sitting out here at night. Obviously I take the parasol down as soon as there's no sun. Take the parasol down. I've been falling asleep here in the chair at like 2 and 3 in the morning, waking up 3, 4, 5. In another hour, or maybe a little bit more, I don't know what time it is, I can't. And I haven't got my little monocle, I haven't got my little glasses. Let's say 7:30-ish. 9:30 it'll go dark. And within quarter of an hour, half an hour, the flies go away. Gets a little noisy. I think you heard the other day with the cicadas as we approach dusk. But they shut up as well about half an hour after dark. So yeah, let's. Who does your Russian friend hang out with? Is Joby English? Many questions. Joby's an Englishman who lived here with me for 3 months in the field. We used to come out and sit and have coffee for 2 or 3 hours every morning. So I ended up with a very rich. If you watch videos of me a year ago, I had a very intense suntan. He'd sit with his back to the sun, and I'd sit with like facing the sun, and I was very, very lobster for most of. Even halfway through the year kind of thing, I was fuck off bright red. I don't go brown that easily. If I sat in the sun now, even though I've already got a tan, I'll go red. I lobster. I'm traditional Brit. I'm almost Scottish in the way that I go bright fucking red in the sun. Almost Scottish. It's like I'm ginger. I only have to look at the sun to go red. So yeah, Joby's English, used to live here in the field with me. I had no idea where he goes when he's not here, the Russian guy. No idea. Oh, we got one. We got a fly. When I watch him, when he walks away from me, the Russian bloke, he walks down the road, he turns right towards where you would go down to the beach. But he doesn't go down there, he goes down into the gully. There's like a storm drain and a big gully, a couple of caves built into the rocks over there. He seems to go down there, but I don't know whether he's just on the top on the land laying low, or whether he's actually gone down into the gully, whether he's in those caves. What I would say is, you don't want to be down there in those caves or in that gully once there's bad weather, because that is where all the water goes. Those caves have big rocks on the floor that have fallen down from the ceiling. Like most caves. You're not safe in a cave in bad weather. On any one particular day you are, but at some point during the last 1,000 years, all those rocks that are on the floor of the cave were part of the ceiling. Yeah? And any day now, some part of that ceiling is going to become another rock on the floor. You don't want to be under it when that happens, is all I'm saying. Anyway, going back to Tuesday night, I'd forgot to put the solar powered lights out that day, so I just had to make do with the power I had in the EcoFlow. And yeah, the main light I had inside the tent was from the I was looking, I thought it dropped. I was looking for the tennis racket fly squatter. No, not squat. Swat. Fly swatter. It's a zapper more than a swatter, but you know what I mean. It's that. Why do I keep saying squatter? Is it because I'm in a field I shouldn't be in? Freud would have a field day. Let's just leave it there. Okay, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, folks. In the night, this is the one. I wake up and hear tearing. In her attempts to bum shuffle out of the tent, Tina stuck her foot through the wall underneath the zip of the door. She's got caught on it, and she's tried to force the issue, and instead of bum shuffling up and over, she's gone through. Her legs got caught. And she's carried on out anyway. 4 o'clock in the morning, three or 4, somewhere there. And I wake up and all I can hear is ripping. And when I look, there's my girl, trying to look all innocent outside the tent. And she's got the fucking doorway of the tent with her. And there's all this broken, she's got the zip with her, and the wall of the tent still, she's all the way under and all the way to about 12 inches, about 1 foot up the side. If I tell you, I was fucking seriously not happy. I will be massively, massively fucking understating it. Now, last tent, we only went 2 weeks before she put some fatal damage into the tent. So far, we've had her foot went through one little hole and I taped it up, and some other split appeared and I taped that up. This was serious. This is part of the doorway. This is part of the waterproofing. In a storm, this has to be sealed to keep... The mosquito net comes down, and then the real door on the outside will push and sit on the mosquito net, push in. This is part of the real protection. This is part of the membrane, the outer of the tent. And she's tore it to shit. And I try and tape it up. I try and tape it and fix the fabric back to the... the fabric under the zip to the zip. It's a day or two later, I think, when I noticed she's actually broke one of the teeth of the zip as well. That it will never fasten, the bottom will never fasten again because of the way there's a rip across the teeth. But it will zip back down. But she continues to try and bum shuffle in and out. And rips my fix, my duct tape, she rips it off. In the end, what I've had to do now, where there's this fabric come down with it, I've had to tape that up. So the zip comes down and then the fabric goes up. And she can get in and out when she wants under the zip without getting tangled in the zip and ripping it even more. And my thoughts in doing that is, if I was to look at an app now, a weather app, and it says, oh, storm tonight or storm tomorrow, I can tape that back temporarily, put down the real door and then put down the mosquito net inside, and that door, that mosquito net door, is what gives the outer door its strength, really. So if needed, I'll be able to just re-implement my original fixes. But ask me if I'm happy about it. No. But the last tent, she managed 2 weeks before she broke it. This time it's been almost 4 months. So, you got to be a little bit sanguine about these things. You got to be a little bit, what's the word? Mark Aurelius was the branch of philosophy where you just accept. If you know that shit's going to go, if you know that when you set off for work, someone's going to cut you up, there's going to be a bad driver in front of you, someone's going to do something shit in front of you or to you, just accept that. Know that from the start, and when it happens, you can just say, oh, there he is. There's the guy I was waiting for, the guy that was going to cut me up, the guy that was going to get it wrong. You're not on the fucking... fuck you, you fucking... You got to be more... There's a word, it's a branch of philosophy, and the word isn't coming to me, and I hate when that doesn't happen, but at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, that word will come to me if it hasn't come to me already. It's a branch of philosophy. Somebody here will have told me it, probably. No, they haven't. They said the iguana idea isn't too bad. I keep spiders in the corners, but it's not enough. This is like the old lady that swallowed she swallowed a spider to get the fly, to get the she swallowed a cat, she swallowed a dog to get the cat to get the spider, to get the I don't know if anybody, does any other country have that story? That's like is it a nursery rhyme or just a song? There was an old lady who swallowed a dog. She swallowed a dog to get the cat, to get the spider, to get the fly, to get I don't know. That wasn't part of my childhood. But yeah. It's not there. I almost had the word for that branch of philosophy. The branch of philosophy that's like acceptance. Mark He was a Roman emperor. Aurelius. Philosophy. Aurelius. Philosophy. Meditations. That was his book. I've read it, or parts of it. And you're not giving me the word I'm looking for. How can you... Stoicism. You got to be stoic. That's the fucking word. Fuck. Stoic. To know these things, you know that guy's gonna almost crash into you on the way to work. You know you're gonna get cut up. You know that bus driver's gonna pull out while you're alongside him. You know that before you left the house. So why be angry when it actually happens? Just look at it and say, there he is. He's the one. I knew that was going to happen. And carry on with your day without getting too angry. We don't need road rage. You don't have to pull out. You know you've got that hammer under your seat that you call just in case. So you can bop someone on the head if the argument gets out of hand. You don't need Justin. You just need stoicism. See the guy do the thing, say, oh, I knew that was going to happen, and wave and go about your day. Marcus Aurelius. It wasn't Mark, it was Marcus. Did I not get that? But he was a Roman emperor. From 161 to 180 BC. Hold up. No. AD. They say C. I hate this CE, this common era bullshit. The Catholics, see, I'm not religious, but I agree. This is one thing I agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson on. The Catholics brought science into the calendar and made it as accurate as it had ever been at the time. And they used BC and AD, and it's their fucking calendar that we're still using. So let's honour them and their discovery is not the right word, their development, and use their terminology. Changing words just because, oh well, we don't want to actually say it's them, so we'll call it the Common Era, and the other one is before the Common Era, BCE and CE. No, it's BC and AD. Shut the fuck up. You're using their calendar, use their fucking nomenclature. Honour your ancestors. Honour the people who developed the systems we fucking use. How dare you go around rebranding and rebadging and rewording? You're not even changing anything except the wording. You didn't make it more accurate. You didn't make it better. Who the fuck are you to be changing this shit? Don't do that. You have no right. If you'd improved it and made it 100 times better, 100 times more accurate, like they did when they made that calendar, then you might have a right to have a say about what we call it, what we name it, how we do it. Oh, I don't like calling it Anno Domini and, you know, BC and AD. I don't like that, so I'm going to rebadge it. Fuck you. Who are you? No. Just no. Stoicism would have taught me that someone was going to come along and try and rename BC and AD, and I should have just accepted it and not ranted and raged. Marcus Aurelius would be disappointed in me for getting so animated and so upset at that. I'm sorry, Marcus. But fuck that shit. Who are these people? No. The people who improved on the date system and the calendar and kept it in line with actual reality get a say in what things are and what it's called. You can't be some namby-pamby fucking puff 2,000 years ago who just says, oh, I'm not Christian, and so I don't accept Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. I don't. I'm a, what am I? I'm heathen scum. I'm an atheist, a man of science. But I'm not rebadging and rewording things just to suit me. And you don't get to fucking rebadge and reword them just to suit you. No. Anyway, let's go back. Feed the spiders Viagra. Okay, that's interesting take. Amphetamines. Come on, Mike, set up a campsite where you charge €20 per night to campers who want the real deal. I thought about doing Airbnb with the other side of the tent. I'm in one bedroom, there's a middle room and then there's the other room which I use for storage, but I could put a camp bed in there, an air bed. You know that Airbnb stood for air bed and breakfast way back. You were literally supposed to be on an air bed, a mattress, inside someone else's house while they're there. You weren't getting like an empty room, an empty apartment and a bed. You were on an airbed in the living room or you know, just that was the original meaning of Airbnb. Nowadays you have to register an Airbnb in Spain with the government and pay taxes on your income and do all the things. So it'd be more difficult for me to do that. I've deliberately dissuaded, I've deliberately persuaded other people not to set up tents here because I figured it would have got me more attention from the Guardia Civil and the Policia Local. And my neighbours, the people up the top there, would have probably been calling the police. I avoided when my own tent was falling apart, and I've got backup tents, I've got little tents, 2-man and 3-man tents. I avoided putting them up, even though I probably could have done with them, but I didn't put them up. Well, one of them's bright fuck off orange, like vivid neon in your fucking face orange. I think the other one's in your face fuck off neon green. Although I haven't looked. Have you seen the pictures when I took the last tent down? When I took the tarpaulin off the top and all that was left was the poles. There was no fabric. The walls weren't there, the roof wasn't there. There was the floor and a little bit around in places. It was gone. There was no tent there. I was living under tent poles and tarpaulins. Not good, folks, not good. Look at this, we're coming 2:43. I'm happy that I've kept 10 of you entertained. If you haven't already, folks, a thumbs up would be appreciated. I am a tramp living in a field. Pulling on the heartstrings. For anyone who's new and doesn't know the story, TrampCast 001 is what you want to search for within my channel. TrampCast is what I call most of my programs. The live streams, at least. And 001, my first ever TrampCast, I answered all my viewer questions. Who are you? What's your family history? Where do you come from? Educational history, work history, business history. Why did you come to Spain? When did you come to Spain? How are you here illegally? Why are you here illegally? Why did you not do this? Why did you not do that? How did you end up homeless? Because I wasn't. I lived here for 6 years in an apartment like a normal person. You know, it's not like I'm an actual. I don't know how to be a tramp, how to be homeless. I've got no clue. Which is why I picked one field and just stayed there. Come what may, despite the police telling me they were going to beat me up. Despite the police actually beating me up. Despite the police waving guns around and saying they were going to shoot my dog. She's not waving it around, but she had a hand on her gun. Fuck off. Can you give me 30 seconds, folks? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run into the tent. I'm going to pick up a can of fly spray. And on the way out, I'm going to pick up a can of beer. I think I've still got one left around the corner here, but it doesn't look like we're going anywhere soon, does it? Did we get to Tuesday? I think we got to Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, maybe. Let me just check. Fuck. Yeah, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. This is where Tina caught the zips and tore the tent. And we're about to have the Russian guy come around and make coffee again at 11:30. Oh fuck. I don't know. Don't watch the boobs if you don't want to see man boobs. Back in 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more. Oh, it's all stuck right up the crack. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna get the fucking fly spray because. A bit here as well. But that's got one of those and one of those. I'll take those. Oh, Jesus. Put them there. Oh. Gonna go over to my girl. She doesn't like fly spray, but neither do the flies. Okay, babe. I need it like it. I'll get you a treat. I got my girl a treat while I'm here, folks. Give me a second. Just cover the moves. Woo! Wait. Hold on. If I move that out of the way and I turn that back around like we did before. Can you see? Oh, that's on me. Hold on. Cover the boobs. Where's the dog? Over there. Oh, she's. Here we go. Here you go, babe. Hold on. Whoa! You're tied to a tree. You're not going to pull the tree away. It's okay. That's for you. And there's another for later, for after. Okay. I'll get the next one out. Treat her to the next one in half an hour or so. Honestly, folks, I've got more treats for the dog than dog food, and I've got about 20 kilograms of dog food. But there's more treats than there are actual fucking food. And there's far more dog food than there is daddy food. Oh. Have you had enough of, is that, she's still there, yeah? She's still there on. She's off there a little bit. The umbrella in the way a bit. But there's Tina girl. And here's the fake star of the show. But I did just get, I got this for a fucking week. I know, spraying fly spraying outside, I know it's not going to be as effective. But how much can you put up with? How long do you just sit there with fucking 10 flies crawling over your ankles? At some point you have to say, enough is enough. This much and no more. This is an amount up with which I will not put. Apologies, Winston. Mr. Churchill, the man of letters, specifically did not like that construction, which technically is correct, grammatically correct. This is something up with which I will not put. But nobody says that shit. You say, this is something I will not put up with. But then you're ending on a, is that a preposition? You see, we've talked about how I don't know grammar once you get fancy. Once you get beyond nouns, verbs, adverbs and adjectives. What the fuck's a preposition? This is why I can't become a teacher of English as a foreign language. Because because I don't know what this shit is. And I'm quite happy to start a sentence with the word and or but. But for this, I wouldn't do that. And I would do that. These are sentences that begin with words that sentences allegedly cannot grammatically correctly start with. And yeah, I use them all the fucking time, and so do you. And I split infinitives, just like Star Trek. Who would say to go boldly? No, to boldly go where no man or person has gone before. Sometimes, guys, you have to know the rules to break the rules, or to understand that you're breaking the rules. And I haven't got a problem with that. My problem is I don't actually know the rules in the first place. I know, babe, I know. It's okay. We've got retards on the cliffs, I know. It's okay. It's okay. We might have to hit somebody sometime soon. It's okay. Let's just hope they don't come through the field. Let's just hope they don't come through the field. I don't think they will. But if they do... Right. Safety in numbers. You're an entrepreneur. I used to be. If you made a successful business there, they'd deport you. Oh, amigo. You are so... If I made a successful business here, they would look upon it badly, because I would be seen as avoiding tax. If I took a job here, they'd deport me. I would be done for tax avoidance because I'm not registered in the tax system. So any money I earn here would be bad. Man, law, person, legal. Yeah, okay. Right, folks, where were we? I think I'm caught up. It looks like I'm caught up with chat, which, remarkable as it seems, at only 3 hours in, and we're about to start Wednesday. Fuck. If we're 3 hours in, what time does that make it? That makes it 8 o'clock-ish. Just scroll through a couple of messages and see what's what. Okay. A couple of messages I'll need to catch up with after. If you're waiting on a reply, just wait. Might be tomorrow, because I'll probably end this and go straight into a Hangout. This has almost become a Hangout. We're 3 hours in and I've done none of what I'm supposed to do, just as part of a normal stream. Hey babe. Hello you. My little darling. Itchy eye. So I had an itchy nose earlier, now it's an itchy eye. This is definitely a pollen or it's a plant-related phenomena. Oh, and look how much I've enlarged all that. Okay. In the night, Tina breaks the tent. I wake up, hear things ripping. 9:30, no, 8:30. Ilya, the Russian guy, is outside making coffee, using more of my gas than I do. Shush. Shush. No, she didn't look. 3 days ago, 3 days prior. Why am I mentioning this now? Okay. 3 days, yeah, outside making coffee. The guy uses more gas than I do. I got the e-cuffle. We're on 9:40. Tina! Oh, okay, it's empty. Did you drink it or did you spill it? Where'd it all go? I was only just there. Pardon me, amigos. I gotta go and look after my doggy darling. Priorities. I want to talk to you, but she was just making lots of noise deliberately to let me know that she needs. And there's no, the water here's run out. I gotta go get another bottle of water. And the brolly is doing its thing. Bear with me. It's not a teddy bear. Oh, ow. New bottle of water for her ladyship. 8 litres. Come on, babe. You gonna let me pass? So I can get to your bottle. Your bowl, not the bottle. I've got the bottle, you've got the bowl. Wait. Got branches in there. Wait. Whoa. Here we go. For my Tina girl. I don't think you drank that before. I think you've spilled it. Like a bad girl. You've wasted it. Here we go. There you go. There. Go. Go. Woo. Okay. Oh. Excuse nipples. Inbound. Oh, dog. Sorry, folks. I'm losing viewers. We were on 12, and then I said I was going to go and deal with the dog. We dropped to 10. Then I dealt with the dog, come back, and now we're down to 8 viewers. Priorities. I love you guys. That's my girl. I have to look after my girl. It's a question of priorities. I do need to, if I can. Nope, I can't. Apparently I can't. I do just need to hutch in. Whoa, a little bit. But when I do, I'm not even in the shade. I've got sun all over me. Can I? No, I can't. Well, that didn't work out well, did it, folks? Let's see whether we can get things rolling again. €20 a night when there's hostels in Spain that do 10 to 15. Is there really? Hey, if people wanted to stay here and give me a £5 a night, I'm up on the deal. As long as they don't want me to be providing water and bathrooms and, you know what I mean? There are no facilities. I can point you in the direction of the trees. Squatting, dropping and clearing up after yourself is up to you. Glamping, that was the word the other day, yeah? Oh. Is that... No. I thought I'd done the, I haven't done the, what's it called? Do not disturb. I thought I'd done do not disturb. Let's get on with this, folks. Let's get this shit out of the way. And then we can do a proper hangout and I can relax and not worry. I worry when it gets to 3 hours and I'm only on beginning of Wednesday. That's no good. Tina breaks to 10, Russian guy. EcoFlow, overnight. We're up to 82% by 9:45. We're taking off quite well. But it's a cloudy start to the day. We're only getting 26 watts from the solar panel. 3 days ago, though, I hit 1,640 subs. And then the next 3 days, we went backwards every day. And we've continued. So this is over a week ago. I've done this 4 times now. Get up to 1,639. Once or twice we touched 1,640. Drop back down to 1,635. And then the other day we dropped down to 1,632. I think we're back to 1,638 or 39 right now. But I think what happens is I had that boost a month or 2 ago where we got about 300 or 400 subscribers in quick succession, and then they take a while and then they think, do you know what, it's not for me, and they unsubscribe. Or maybe just YouTube says, oh, they'd never watched any of his videos, and maybe YouTube unsubscribes them. I don't know how it works, but it's a common thing that after I've had a boost, there's then a regression, a return, There's a drop-off afterwards. Yeah, it's a common thing. 6 o'clock in the afternoon or evening, the merest shadow on the corner of the solar panel, and the input falls to 0. So I had to turn the fan off, and so that we were, even before we'd done anything with it, we're already down to 95%. We haven't. I like to finish as close to 100% as possible, but if I turn the fan off, especially if I have the fan and the cool box on at the same time, we can lose power so quickly. And if I don't notice, say for half an hour, that the shadows on the solar panel, we can find ourselves down around 85 or 80% at the start of the night. It's survivable. If that happens, I do tend to move the solar panel over and try and turn it to the sun and just try and top the panel up. But anything above 90, I just let it go generally, unless I have a reason to. Now here's the thing. The lady who walked past earlier and said, when I was live, and she said hello. She's a lady that is, well, harassed would be too strong a word. She's never done anything to help. She seems friendly enough, she speaks nicely, but she pushes me. You must get that dog to a vet. You must do this, you must do that. No practical help, never gives me any money, never brings me any food, no water, nothing for the dog. But she'll stop off and demand I come out and talk with her. You must do this, you must see a vet. What about getting her some wheels? What about this? What about that? Always, you must. This is the lady I spoke about a few days ago when I said that someone had said you must be saving a fortune. I'm like, how? Well, you've got no outgoings, so you must be saving. No outgoings only equals savings if you've got incomings. Income. Tell me where my fucking income is. The UK government aren't giving me shit. The Spanish government aren't giving me shit. Torrevieja have sent their top welfare man out here. He got me arrested. He didn't give me shit. He cost me 450 fucking euros. You must be saving a fortune. Explain that to me, you fucker. She's now decided to stop off and talk to me every time she walks past, it seems. And no actual help. Just, you must do this, just directives. You must do this, you should do that, you should consider doing the other. That's all very good and noteworthy. That's very generous of you. What's your contribution? I've just knocked my fan over, not the fan, I've knocked the fly swatter over it. Okay, now it's back up, but covered in a footprint. People. Some entitled people just feel the ability to try and impose themselves on you. You have to do this, you must do that. Okay. I must go and see the vet. Okay, I must see a vet. Thank you. Pick me up 9 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, no, not me. No, but I must go to the vet. People. I wrote my notes here from over a week ago. Get to fuck. Don't push me in a direction if you aren't helping. Do not tell me what I must fucking do. If you're not going to be the stepping stone to help me in that direction, just don't. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to know. I know it would be advantageous to see a vet. I know it would be advantageous to do this and to do that. I'm not in that fucking position. If you're going to insist I do this or that, then you help me do it. Meet me halfway, pay half, pick me up, drive me there, do something. What's your half other than saying you must? Because I'm just going to say, you must get to fuck. People. If you're not part of the solution. There's a phrase there somewhere. Someone ought to copyright that. Anyway, folks, this was a Wednesday, and I'd had enough of these people. So, these people. I was about to say Karens, but not like that. Not like my friend Karen. Domineering, over-entitled white women. Scruff Dog, Wednesday night. I like Scruff Dog on a Wednesday night, usually. The last 8 or 9 weeks have been all about this fucking engine, this model engine, and he can't get the fuck out of work. Parts were missing, he's had to send off for replacements, he had to send off for upgrades. Things were missing, broken, not explained properly in the notes. I was sick of it. Anyway, this particular week, not the engine. Get on with something else. My notes literally just read, Scruff Dog, not the engine, thank fuck. That is the entirety of my notes about Scruff Dog on the Wednesday night. Not this week. This week was back to the engine because he'd got some extra parts and upgrades and bits and shits. I still don't think he got it going. I fell asleep halfway through. I haven't gone back, but guys, my notes are literally Scruff Dog, not single F. But if anybody wants to go, he's great. Don't get me wrong. Me being bored by the engine is a me thing because I don't know anything about petrol engines other than suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Those are your 4 strokes of your engine. Drawing the vapors in, compressing them down, a spark, an exhaust. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. One of my favourite physics lessons. Thank you, Mrs. Dodgson, from Morecambe High in about 1984. She'll never see this. She might not even still be with us. She wasn't old. I mean, obviously, I was 14 or 15. She would have been 20 years older, the nose. So there's a good chance she's still around, I think. 70, she might be 70, somewhere between 75 and 80. Just knock that over again. Do you know what I had to do last night again? It fell over and picked up a dent in the metal. I had to bend metal out so it wasn't arcing again. When it's arcing and there's not even a dead fly in between. Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. But anyway, thank you, Mrs. Dodgson. I really did enjoy my physics lessons. Surprisingly, I also enjoyed my chemistry lessons with Mr. Stott at the same school. He was a good teacher. I'll never forget the day that he caught me talking while he was trying to tell us something. And he'd been talking about something, and then he just asked me randomly. He interrupted me. And he said, "You're talking a lot. Tell me what what's the word? Draws liquid out of things." And there was a reason he asked that, because that was what he'd just been talking about. Now, he'd been talking about sulfuric acid. And he asks, what's the thing that dehydrates things? And he wanted me to say sulfuric acid because that's what he'd been talking about. I'd not been listening. So I just took the question at face value and answered, salt. And fair play to the bloke. He said, "That's not what we're talking about, but that's a very good answer. Well done, you." And I thought that was a good teacher. He wasn't angry. I mean, he was telling me off for talking and not listening to what he's saying. But he still welcomed a correct answer to what's a substance that dehydrates things or draws moisture out of things. Most teachers wouldn't do that. Most teachers would just bollock you. I'm talking about sulfuric acid, you daft twat. Da, 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 da. No. He said, that's not what I was talking about, but well done you. That is a correct answer. And I just thought that was one of the most impressive bits of teaching ever. Your mileage may vary. How did we get there? I've taken tangents from tangents. I was Scruff Dog, engines. I've got no idea how I got to sulfuric acid, chemistry, physics. Oh, suck, squeeze, bang, blow led to physics. Physics led to school and chemistry. I got that. I worked out how I got there. I haven't got a way back. I can't loop it back. We just have to move on. That was Wednesday night. Scruff Dog, not the engine, thank fuck. Okay, that was Wednesday night into Thursday morning. My friend Colleen arrives. I know Colleen via Mark, the windsurfer, for those of you that are trying to keep track. But she brings me a newspaper once a week, an English language newspaper, and she'll bring some treats for Tina sometimes. Not always, but it used to be that her daughter went to a butcher and would get these bones, but the butcher died, and so that's off now. But now Colleen goes and buys chicken carcasses every now and again in one of the supermarkets. They cost between 30 and 50 cents per so after they've chopped all the bits off that you actually want, the legs, the wings, the breasts, there's just these bunch of bones, and so they're uncooked, but I think they sell them mainly. You're supposed to make stocks out of them, chickens, but you can give them to your animal. How are we going to get our tent pegs into the rock? Asks Rob. About one time in 4, when you hammer into the ground, you get them to go about 5 inches in. About 1 time in 4. What it is, it's not solid. The surface is obviously, it's had water. It gets cold in winter. It fractionates. It breaks up a little bit. So it breaks up into big. They're not boulders. Boulders isn't the right word. Let me show you. There's a rock over by the green there. You see that rock there, centre screen, that yellow thing. The rock underground is breaking up as it's weathered by storm and by winds and rain, and you see all around. You see these little bits. Well, these bits are getting washed down here every time it rains. Every time there's a stream runs down. This path looks like a path. Is actually kind of a stream bed, a river bed. All these stones are getting moved, but look at the size of some of them, like there. Now, by my tent, when you stick a tent peg in the ground, 3 times out of 4 times out of 5, you get it like an inch, maybe 1.5 inches into the ground, and then you realise it's not going to go further. So you pull it out and you put it in 1 inch to the side, and you're looking for a gap between these breakaway. Further down, it's solid, but on the surface, it's been weathered by the rain, and it's breaking up. You just want a tent peg that's going to go in 3 inches, 4 inches. Occasionally, you'll get one go all the way down, so that the hook is at ground level. That's occasional, that's rare. Most of my tent pegs are stood proud of the ground 1 inch or 2, because you've got them 3 or 4 inches into the ground, they're not going to go any further. You've hit bedrock. It's that. Like my first shelter was 6 broom handles hammered into the ground. I had to do it in January or February. I only got them 3 or 4 inches into the ground. But once you get past February and the ground hardens, they're there. They're not going to move. Those tent peg. sorry, those broom handles, those broomsticks were solid for 4 or 5 months. Tina, quiet, quiet. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Tina's okay. You're all okay. Do not look, do not look. Do not look at the tramp in the field. Do not look. Don't look at the tramp in the field. Step out of the way of the car, but don't look at the tramp in the field. Tina girl. Where am I, folks? Rob was asking about tent pegs into the ground. That's how we get them in. We just keep trying until one time they go in. Oh, the other thing is just to put bricks inside your tent so your tent can't blow away. These modern tents don't even need tent pegs if you've got something heavy inside. Like me, I've got chests of drawers, I've got bottles of water, I've got mattresses, I've got... It's not going to blow away. The tent pegs are almost an irrelevance, except in the most extreme of weather. Except in the most extreme. So anyway, Colin arrived. She brought 2 chicken carcasses, which Tina... Oh man, you've got to see Tina take a chicken carcass. The first one, she almost inhales. She tried and put the whole thing in her mouth. With some of the smaller ones, she manages and just chomps them and chews them, and 30 seconds and they're gone. The ones that are twice that size might take her 2 or 3 minutes to chow down on. Sometimes she'll bite them in half and put half on the ground. Then it becomes a bit more iffy because it gets coated in dirt on the ground. Then she's more reluctant to eat it. She takes longer to eat it because it's covered in dirt, even though it's her that covered it in the dirt. But yeah. Now, before Colleen even leaves, so this is, remember Colleen's just arrived at 8 in the morning. Before she leaves, Ilya, the Russian, arrives for his morning coffee. And this is where he asks, "Oh, your lighter, fuego. I keep?" Fuck, what? He says, and then he says, "Oh, just for," he didn't mean this initially, he meant can he keep? But then he says, "No, just for today." And I'm like, "No, I need, that's my, machero, I think is the Spanish, something like that, machero. Like match, but with a Spanish ending on, machero is to light, a lighter. Fucking no. If you take, what am I lighting, how do I get my coffee? How do I cook my dinner or tea? What? No. The fucking cheek of it. He's got money in his pocket. This guy can go off to the Chino Bazaar and buy whatever he wants when he wants. He walks down here with like a carry. He went off, he didn't have it, but he went off and bought a fucking... I haven't got the vocabulary. What do you call one of these? That thing. That octagonal... Water in the bottom, then you have a funnel full of the coffee grounds, and then at the top you have a water capture thing so that the water that's evaporated and steamed through the coffee grounds condenses in the top section. An espresso making, stovetop espresso cafetiere thing. I haven't got the, it's not my field. I haven't got the knowledge. Cunt goes off and buys that and buys coffee grounds and buys whatever he wants when he wants, but wants to take my fucking lighter. Get the fuck. Some people. Is it dogging night on Mondays? Asks Robert. People do park on this road for sex. Mainly they'll park under the signage, under the big, the poster, the hoardings at the top of the road. Some will go at the bottom and go right, and there's a park at the top of the cliffs there. Some will go left and park at the top. Some will go down the other side here and go on the cliffs. It's not my thing. I'm not going out cocking hand and getting involved. Each to their own. It annoys me when they stop halfway down the fucking road. That shows a sign of arrogance. Like, you're on a road. Do you not think the people that live at the end of the road might want to either come in or get out at some point? You're just going to stop there. I sit and listen. I sit and can't help but overhear. I'm not listening. I don't want to know. Yeah, I know it is. It is a bit of a lover's lane at times. Hound of the Baskervilles. And some of them are hounds. Yeah. So this was Thursday. Colleen was here before she leaves. Ilya's here for his coffee. I have no other notes for the day, folks. So you can guess the rest. I'm inside the tent. I'm watching videos. I'm watching YouTube. I've got the fan on. I'm just trying to stay cool. I'm trying to drink as much. I have to force water down. I have to drink more water than I feel like I need. Otherwise, I end up dehydrated. I've said about like drinking 4, 5, 6 litres, and I go to the loo, and there's like this much in the bottom of a cola bottle after I've done. There's nothing. What's going in doesn't match what's making its way out, because it's mainly coming out before it gets there. You know, I'm having to force water in when I don't even feel thirsty. I said the other week about how a bloke called Lee came and dropped water off, and when I carried it around here and then started talking to him, I felt faint. Low blood sugar, low hydration. Not good. Yeah. Anyway, that was my Thursday into Friday. And in the night, Thursday to Friday, I'm sure I hear scurrying, either in the bedroom or just outside. Like in the bedroom, or maybe in the main part of the tent close to the bedroom. There's movement. I think there's movement. There's a slight possibility that it's something little and furry on the outside of the tent, maybe under the fabric. But after what I went through for those 4 months in winter, I'm not taking chances. I get 2 of my 4 mouse traps out and get them baited up with ketchup and mayonnaise or barbecue sauce, whatever it was I used. And but I have to be careful where I put them, obviously, because dog, if she was to, these mouse traps are, oh my god, they're fantastically lethal. If she was to stick her tongue in and start licking at the ketchup or the mayo, her tongue would be gone. I mean, that wouldn't be good. Last time someone was this long, he'd been fisting Tutia Starmer. Maybe. I call him Queer Starmer, but okay. But yeah, these mice, I think there's mice somewhere. And this week, if you watched on Friday, you'll know I was sat on my bed and I saw movement, and I thought it was just something flapping about and the lights, and when I did look a minute later, there's a fucking big-eared mouse crawling over the corner of my bed and down and around the side. And when I came back later, I got this kitchen roll that someone got me, and the mouse has had away with a whole load of paper. A sheet or 2 chewed up, and probably chew it up, swallow it down, take it away and regurgitate it to build a nest, maybe, would be what I would imagine. Starmer is actually a Dalek. Expound on that a little for me. Clarify. Give me context. Are we going Stavros or something? Is this a Greek thing? Davros, Stavros. That would be a way I might go. Dalek, exterminate. Anyway, I put 2 of my mouse traps out, well out of Tina's reach. I've got my tennis racket blitz for the flies that's going off. So Tina's a little bit scared. She crawls into bed with me and lots of cuddles. I like cuddles from my doggie. Most of the summer so far, she stayed on the floor of the tent by the door, and I even had to pull a carpet back so she had more of the cool plastic to lay on. Now she's coming and voluntarily, it's getting a little bit cooler at night, but she's voluntarily getting on the bed and wants to come and cuddle, mainly because she's frightened by the snap, crackle, pop. I'm trying to get her so she's not actually frightened of it. Give her a treat. Every time it goes off, give her a treat. A little one. But then snap, crackle, pop becomes a good thing. She starts to look for. That's the hope. But yeah, the tennis racket and the flies and the mosquitoes. Now, while I'm fixing the tent, little chance it holds, Ilya arrives. Oh, this is when I saw that Tina had broken one of the teeth on the zip. Yeah, okay, I think I mentioned that already. I'd put the tape on and tried to fix this zip, and I had to keep reapplying pressure to try and... If you can get duct tape to stick for 2 days, it'll stick forever. But you will have to... It will loosen, and you will have to kind of just apply pressure, or maybe apply another layer over the top. Kept having to do these kinds of things. This was the day I washed a t-shirt. Just in a little... It's not here, is it? I got like a little pan, a little... It's tall but narrow. I put my... This t-shirt in. Just in the... And the number of times, folks, I had to rinse the water out. And my God. We must have gone through about 10 litres of water just to wash one t-shirt. You can't do that. You can't do that with everything you own. Not when you haven't got that much water. So yeah. 5 p.m. onwards, it's overcast. Gets slightly cooler, but it looks like it might mean rain. But I hadn't checked the forecast. Then it gets up a bit windy for a few hours. I was wanting to cook, but I don't cook when it's windy because it either blows the gas out when you're not looking, or even if it doesn't blow it out, it blows the flame off the ring and gas just escapes and goes up without actually doing anything. Very inefficient to cook in the wind. So I don't do that. So instead, okay, here we go, folks. This is my hobo hot dogs. If you've heard this tale already, I apologise. But I had a loaf, or the remnants of a loaf of sliced white bread. Keeps forever, even in 50-degree heat. I can have that for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even 4 weeks, and way beyond. I've kept slices of it out here on this table for 6 months. I didn't eat them afterwards, but there was no sign of anything wrong. Nothing in nature will touch that shit. Mold won't touch it, mice won't touch it, rats won't touch it. Nothing in nature will touch your supermarket sliced white loaf. I promise you. Even in 50-degree heat. Anyway, I opened a can. I had a can with 8 hot dog sausages. Fold the bread in half, put the sausage in, mustard down one side, ketchup down the other, fold it and go. No cooking, heating. Hot dog sausages are already cooked. Heating loosens the grease, the fat within them, makes them a little bit more, changes the texture, makes them a little bit more pleasant to eat. But putting them in hot water for 2 minutes, there's no way that's cooking anything. You're just warming them up and changing the texture a bit. And I just skip that step. because why would you? Why would you bother if you don't have to? I was going to have 4, but I was full after 3, so I was able to just give Tina the next sausage. And then I go off on a rant here about the canning process and how anything you have in a can has already been cooked, kind of by definition, because it's part of the canning process. You have to get things hot, then you put them in the can and seal it, and then things cool, and the vacuum, as it cools, that's part of the canning process. Can means canister. A can can be metal, a tin can. That's why we have the phrase tin can. But it can also be glass. Technically, it could be anything else. As long as it's strong enough to withhold the vacuum as the liquid and the steam cools, condenses, and creates a little bit of a vacuum inside. Okay, the only problem I had with the hot dog sausages, it wasn't a modern ring pull tin. So I had to start thinking, have I got a tin opener? Or am I just going to use my penknife and knacker the blade going around? And I was fairly sure I had a tin opener out here that was one of those ones you put on a wall and you manually... I couldn't find that. I went looking, I found another one that was just... It was just a handle and a spike that you are supposed to go around and manually do the thing. It had 2 options. One for sticking in and then pressing down and going one way, or for sticking in and hooking under and go around. It did both. But it's a good job I'm a kid of the 70s. You know, well, born in 68, but you know what I mean. My formative years were the 70s. Back when we had tin openers and knew how to use them. Can you imagine a modern kid? Modern adult? Anyone under fucking 30 doesn't know what a tin opener is if it hasn't got a battery or just work automatically. Because tins they're all ring pull now, aren't they? Almost all. Anyway, I don't remember where I got this tin from, but I think I don't remember where I got the tin opener from. But I think it might be the couple that brought me the plates. After the police and bin men robbed me that time, some people came around within days with plates, tin openers, spatulas, I haven't got a ladle. There's no ladle. That's the one thing I don't have. Ladles and measuring jugs I don't have. But big spoons, fish slice, spatula, everything else. Corkscrew. They honestly, they did me proud. Within like 2 days of the police, they contacted me and said, what do you need? And I just said, oh, everything. Pots, pans, plates. So they brought me some pans, they brought me 3 or 4 plates, 2 or 3 cups, bowls, big spoons, big spatulas, fish slice, everything. Except a ladle. Oh, and I haven't got a cheese grate, I haven't got a grater. A box grater would be a useful addition one day. If anybody, not Karen and not Josie, because you guys have done too much already, but anyone else is out there listening, it's just a hint if you're looking for something to get me for Christmas kind of thing. Kitchen sink. Do you know I had a guy offer me one? Interesting you say that, Rob. Me and Joby sat here one day and this guy had got talking to someone in a bar who talked about us, and he decided to come out and see us. And he said, I've got this company and we build kitchen cabinets and we do this, we do that. Maybe we can build you a kitchen cabinet with a sink top and with a gravity. You put these 8-litre water bottles up above and you have a gravity fed sink. His real motivation, it turns out, somewhere near where he lives was an empty building, and he wanted me and Joby to go and move into the building, and we both said, that's not our scene. Taking over someone else's property, an actual building. I know people who do it successfully and live there for years. I couldn't. A number of reasons. for me, the main one is that in winter, a fucking building's colder than a field. If you're in a field, the sun comes up at 9 or 10 in the morning, gets above the trees, warms you up. Goes at 4, but you've had 6 hours of getting warm, being warm. You're in a big concrete building. The building is giving off heat, and especially a building that's been squatted in is going to have broken windows and a wind blowing through it and all the crap. Hey Tina, what's wrong? What's up, babe? Hello, you. Do you need help? Your leg's tangled. Okay. Why did the guy want you to take over this building? Not entirely sure. I think he'd had an argument with the owners, or he didn't really want that building to be there. Maybe he'd, when they'd got planning permission, maybe he'd been against it. And so then when building work stopped, he wanted to cause a nuisance, to cause... I can't say. I've got no idea. I don't know. But you just reminded me when you said kitchen sink that this was like an offering made. He said he made kitchen cabinets, kitchen units, and he offered to bring us one here in the field with a gravity-fed water system. Are you okay now? You don't need my help? I thought you needed help. She's got the lead tied around her leg and she was kind of trying to battle and sit up and it was in the way. But now she's laid down and it doesn't look like it's an issue. Ideally, I'd still like to untangle it. Let me go and do that. I'm going to go... Sorry, folks. Look at us. We're 3.5 hours in and we're getting nowhere. There's only 9 viewers, which is fairly bad for a Sunday TrampCast. But I got to help my girl. Hey, babe. Hey. Just wait. Daddy, help you. Let me untangle your leg. Wait. Here we go. There you go. You're all clear. There's my girl. Well, get kissed. Nom. Kisses. Nom. Oh, besitos para papi. Muchas gracias. I got kisses. Do you think I can put this back on now? The sun's just about going down over that building. The t-shirt is wet through still, but it's not going to dry out just on the back of the chair. If I put it on, at least it's got a chance of airing out, and it might keep me a little bit cooler as it does the evaporation thing. Hey babe. Oh no. Oh, I messed up. Hold on. You can't reach that. I'll get... Oh, you did. Clever girl. Whoa! Okay. Wait. Let me get back in my chair and then I'll see if I can rectify what I just did here. Can I rectify it? I don't really need it now. The sun's about to disappear in the tail. But if I can just hunch the chair one more. Close. Not quite, but close enough, folks. Close enough. Okay. We got 19 thumbs ups. If anybody, I know viewers are lagging because I'm taking too long I'm not getting to the point. Is that... Okay, got 2. I had 2 on the go at once somehow. Normally my two-fisted drinking would be like a coffee and a beer. Very occasionally it's a wine and a beer. Today it's a beer and a beer. That's different. Okay, folks. I got 19 thumbs up. Why did the guy want to take over his building? Yeah, I got no idea, mate. I can only hypothesize. I can only guess. I think it was something against the owner or builder of the building. Where am I? Here. 2046, look. I'm wanting to start. Normally, I would start a TrampCast Hangout somewhere between 10 and 11, and we're on 8:45 already, and we've still got. We're only on. Are we on Friday? Yeah, I did the. Yeah. So these hobo hot dogs that I did, slice of bread, hot dog sausage, ketchup and mustard. So no fried onions, no nothing, because it was windy and that's not good. I was trying to rush this down because it was time to do a TrampCast Hangout. If you know me, on a Friday, somehow, I don't know how, but somehow Friday and Sunday have become Hangouts. Oh, Tina, have you done something? Or are you about to do something? You have, haven't you? I can't see it, but I can smell it. We went walkies just before. Do I need to go and check? She's looking at me like she's just done something she shouldn't have. And it smells like she's done something she shouldn't have. It could just be a fart. I'll give it a minute and we'll see. Might be a clean up on aisle 2. I'm not sure. Something about the way she's leaning forward tells me that she probably has. Anyway, folks, Fridays and Sundays have become TrampCast Hangout. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you're new here, this show is TrampCast, the original TrampCast, proper TrampCast, where I discuss a week in my life. Today, we're discussing the week ending August the 3rd. So the week up to last Sunday. We should be discussing this week. Most TrampCasts discuss the past 7 days. But sometimes things happen. The weather, the police, sometimes illness or depression or whatever. Things get in the way and we get behind. We've made a remarkable comeback. We were 4 weeks behind at the start of this week. We're now just 1 week behind. So this next week I will do one midweek, and I will. And next Sunday we will be talking about the week that starts tomorrow and that ends next Sunday. We will be discussing that week, almost certainly. But this is TrampCast proper, but we have TrampCast Hangout, which is just more informal, less structured. I know you wouldn't believe it, but there is actually structure here. I can tell you the structure. We said it at the start. The structure starts with an intro. Then I run through some reminders about things. There's a running order. We go through numbers, the thank yous, the themes of the week itself, which is what we're doing now. And then we maybe talk about what's upcoming in the week after the period we're talking about. So here we are talking about Friday night, and here we go. This is the one, look. I'm doing TrampCast Hangout. Started at 10 o'clock at night. I'm inside the tent, I've got lights, we're all good inside. Russian guy turns up, 11:30, wanting to make coffee. Wants me to come out, giving my lighter. Stand out here while he makes his coffee. Fucking no. Not after dark. Maybe slightly, like if you got here at 9:30 or 10, maybe. Fucking 11:30 when I'm in the middle of doing something else. Or I might have been asleep, you know what I mean? On a different night, I might have been asleep. No, that's a piss take. Can you come out? Can you give me your lighter? Can I make No, it's fucking 11:30, get to fuck. Literally wrote in my notes, get fucked. That particular stream broke the record for the most likes while live. So the record had been 37. We hit 38. And then right at the last second, we had a troll come in and say nasty things. And I banned him. And he might have been one of the likes, maybe. And he got banned and the like disappeared. So I thought we'd made the record and finished on 38, and we finished on 37, which equaled the previous record. But I had seen 38, so I don't know whether to count 38 as the record or not. But that was the one. That was the one where so Friday, what's that? 10 days ago? Is that 10 or 11? 10, I think. Yeah, that's where we made the record. That was Friday night, folks, and it was quite. I enjoyed the stream. It went on for quite a while, quite late. I haven't made a note here of how late, but it was probably a good 4 or 5 hours from when we started. We went late. 5:15 Saturday morning. Convinced I heard footsteps in the field, but I was slow to work out what I was listening to. Slow to get up and get out, and I had to put lights on. Well, by the time I looked out, I couldn't see anything. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was the wind and the fabric remnants. Oh. I was just saying about how I heard footsteps in the field in the early morning, 5 o'clock, 5:15, whatever. Tina, shush. Now, what I was about to say was, do you see this silver blanket on the side of the tent? You can't see it very well, but it's there to reflect the heat. I had another one down the side of the tent, but it's blown away, it's gone. There's a remnant of it, there's a few inches of it still stuck there. That just that flaps in the wind, that goes back and forth in the wind. Hola, buenos dias. Ignorant. Fucking people. Looked right at me as I waved and just fucking looked away like a cunt. I don't normally shout after them, but he looked right at me right at that time. He was just a cunt. Anyway. Footsteps, it's possible. Sometimes you hear the fabric flapping. A wave of wind can come along and move a wave of fabric down the side. Sometimes things can flap about. Could sound like footsteps. Personally, I think it was footsteps, but you could go off that way, or you could come through the field and carry on out. I'm not sure. 7:30. Spain, and Torrevieja in particular, supposedly have quite tight noise abatement laws where you're not supposed to make noise after 11, and especially after 12 midnight you're not, until 8 or 9 in the morning. They will get builders and tell them off if they start too early. 7:30, we've got 2 microlights flying overhead like fucking noisy lawnmowers. Like the noisiest of lawnmowers. 7:45. What are your noise abatements? It's like when the in one of the recent TrampCasts I said about the bar here being louder. The music from the bar was louder than my tablet 1/2 meter from my head at 4 in the morning. The bar was louder than my tablet that 300 meters away, was louder than a tablet 1/2 meter from my head. But we have noise abatement laws. A law that isn't implemented, that isn't prosecuted, isn't a law. Certainly not for the people that are paying the backhanders to the people that need to be paid. 7:45, just so the microlights woke us up 7:30 to 7:45. There you go. 7:45, I woke Tina. Get up, basically get up, do the things. I was a bit late putting the solar panels out. I think I came back and just sat down for a bit. Put the solar panels out about 8:45. Straight away we were getting 50 watts, so that tells me how late I am putting them out. I could have put them out 1/2 an hour early and been collecting power, but I didn't. This is where Tina decides to take herself outside the door again. Bum shuffling out, gets caught on my tape, on my fix around, and rips my fix. So my fix isn't going to work on the door. She all of yesterday's fixes with a duct tape are gone straight away. Here's one. Phone call from Italy. I don't know anybody in Italy. If you're in Italy and you want to have a phone call with me, first, don't do a phone call. Send an email. Ask for my number and we'll do WhatsApp or Messenger or something. I don't do phone calls with anybody ever. I literally mentioned a week ago, I don't remember the last time I've made I might not have made a fucking phone call in the last 20 years. Not a proper, real, actual dialing phone call. Maybe WhatsApp or something, but I've certainly done voice messaging over Messenger and you know, I've talked to Skype used to be the thing back in the day. Done all of that. I worked with a bunch of Americans and we would sit and work for like 8 hours with Skype open all day long. Just chatting shit all day. But not a phone call. Who the hell's going to do that shit? So, phone call from Italy, just ignore that shit. Phone call from anywhere. If you phone me and if your name's not tied to I've answered a few calls. I've got my Irish friend Tom will call Anthony occasionally. I'm not even sure whether some of them are on WhatsApp voice or whether it's an actual phone call. But I think Tom does actual phone calls. Random calls that I'm not, if you've not emailed me, if we've not spoken, if we're not on Messenger and saying, I'm going to call you now, I don't do that. I've been reluctant to answer phone calls for the last 30 fucking years. Even more reluctant to make real phone calls. So no, don't do that. Anyway, so after this, I get the EcoFlow up to 65% shortly after 10 o'clock. And then I have a little morning nap while listening to my crappy sci-fi, AI sci-fi stories. They're so bad, they're good, some of them. I kind of love listening to I have a bingo card of items they're going to mention. They're going to mention the number 17, the number 47. There's almost always, there's somebody called Carter. There's a Jake. There's a Chen, as in like a Chinese name, a Chen. There's a Martinez, appears often. Different Martinezes, but there's almost always a Martinez. There's always some kind of space battle in an area called Kepler blah blah blah. Why aliens are calling their star systems after one of our mathematicians from 400 years ago. Johannes Kepler was a mathematician and astronomer who he took the data that had been gathered by a guy called Tycho Brahe over his lifetime. Tycho Brahe gathered, he took the measurements but didn't know what to do with them, couldn't. Johannes Kepler worked out orbits, and the orbits were elliptical. He worked all this shit out. Then a few years ago, we had a satellite we put up that looked, if you had a broomstick, if you had a stick that was 10 meters long, and on the end of your 10-meter long broomstick, you put a postage stamp. Okay? 10 meters, postage stamp. That area of sky that you cover, we put a satellite up that looked in depth at one postal stamp sized at the end of a 10-meter. We did that, and we looked at one tiny postage stamp sized thing at 10 meters. And all of the, if you stare long enough and can collect enough light, you can discern all the different stars and galaxies and we did that. That's what the Kepler spacecraft was. why an alien would call their star system Kepler fucking whatever. It's beyond me. We might call that region Kepler whatever, but why would the aliens that live there? I got no idea, folks. I can't explain that. That's just a plot hole in all of these things. But there are just these phrases, crystalline. There's just lots of phrases that just reoccur. But 1747, Martinez, Chen, Carter, a bloke called Jake. There's always a bloke called Jake. Whole conversations where the human says something, the alien repeats it with a question mark, and the human delivers 3 or 4 synonyms for the same word by way of explanation. These stories are like 45 to 60 minutes long, and I kid you not, 30 minutes of it is she says this, he says that, question mark, and then she just delivers 4 or 5 synonyms for that word, maybe with an explanatory sentence just to pass more time. I love them. They're crap. The AI pronunciation, certain titles like General and Doctor always have a 2-second pause after them. Doctor Martha Smith. What? Oh, and they read out asterisk and dot and colon asterisk dot. There's another one. The AI just reads this shit out. It's hilarious. Tina no. Tina T. I gotta go. You know when I said before that I thought clean-up in aisle 2 might be needed? I gotta just go take care of that. Just give me 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you. Oh, and then we're gonna have a break soon and go and do TrampCast Hangout later. But I do just need to clean up after my lady. Hey babe. Wait. No. You're sitting there. Just move. I got you. Daddy's gonna clean up. Daddy's gonna clean up. I got you. That's my job. You should have done it when we went walkies earlier though. What do you think walkies were for? Yeah? What do you think walkies was for? Well, it looks. I got you though. You don't have to be sitting on it. I got you. Let's dispose of it over there. Put it in the bin tomorrow. Oh folks. I got one more can on the table in readiness. Oh, my back, the creases in the material, in the fabric of the shorts when I sit down. If I sit down too long like this, where are we? 4 hours. And I'm gonna, is that 59 or 39? I think I said 39. No, I'm not sure, it might say 50. It does, because I start at 5. Where did we... I was 5 minutes late, wasn't I? Yeah, okay, so we are on 4 hours. Okay, let's get this shit finished. I will be right back with you. I'm going to take like a half hour or maybe an hour's break. Grab some coffee and some soup or something. Maybe one of my famous struggle meals, my filling but not very adventurous cup of soup or packet soup, lentils and either rice or pasta, all just boiled up in the same pan. So your pasta or rice, it's infused with that flavour from your soup. It's filling, it's hot, it's something, it's not exciting, it's not great. It's not much in the way of protein. It's carbs. It's water, it's flavour. I don't get to eat much meat. Fish occasionally. Tins of tuna or sardines. And also occasionally a chorizo. Karen got me a chorizo last time they were here, just as they were leaving, I think it was. Brought me a. I like a chorizo. I can eat that for days on sandwiches and things, or make a soup or a stew with a meat base. Let's get this thing finished, folks. It's after 9 o'clock. You're all losing patience with me and dropping out, I think. Let's get this thing done. So it was Saturday morning, if you remember, when I thought I heard footsteps. A little bit later, not much later actually, the disco in the distance became audible. It's like they pump up. I don't know if they open the doors while it's still playing, or if they deliberately pump up the volume at 5:30 in the fucking morning. Remember what I said? Noise laws. Fucking backhand. Nobody bothers. How they have these. And if you've ever listened to Spanish music, there is only one bass line. There are two beats close together, then there's a gap, and there are two beats more further apart. I can't do it. I can't do it. But it's there's just these four beats. And that's it. Every song just has that same bass line. It's literally a relief when they play a song from another fucking country that doesn't just have that same bass line. Honestly, it's I would call it monotonous, except it's literally not monotone, because the two beats and then the second two are different, but there's a drop between them. But you got to get that. That's the bass line. And it's. Oh, fuck. You can tell how musical I am. If Rob B was here, he releases a musical mashup most Fridays. Rob space and just the letter B. Go find his channel. Tell him I sent you. 80s and 90s songs scratched and mixed and whatever you call all of that. I was a grown-up before all that was invented. I haven't got the terminology, but it was that. He does all that. Sorry, Rob. I'm not the man to be describing your art. Okay, Saturday. Disco got loud. 7 o'clock. Oh, I said about the micro lights again, yeah. And a paraglider. Yeah. Noisy as fuck, it says here. For a country with supposedly fairly strict noise rules. Bear in mind, guys, this is 7:30 in the fucking morning. 2 days on the trot, I think. I get up and woke Tina because I'm fucking awake now, aren't I? 8:45, bit late putting the solar out. Getting 50 watts already, which tells you that how late I am, and I could have been having power beforehand. The EcoFlow's got fallen low overnight, so we're getting up to 40% early in the morning here, and I'd had the fan on for Tina. When Tina sits on the end of the bed panting, and I think, oh, she's too hot, I'll put the fan on 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there through the night. Put it on for 10 minutes and fall asleep for 2 hours. Then see where you are with power. But I wake up with a nice cool dog asleep at the bottom of my bed. I'll be cuddling the arse end, obviously. Tina went outside and literally tore the tent apart again. Why do I bother with my fixes was a comment here, yeah. Oh, I said about the call from Italy, yeah. Get the EcoFlow to 65% despite the fact that I've had the fan on and everything else on for a while. And we're motoring, we're getting power in even though we're using it. And I fall asleep from morning nap, yeah. Now, same old, listening to videos and doing the doing and just the day passes by. This was the one I've talked about in a couple of the Hangouts, I think. 8:15 last Saturday. Binmen park outside my tent. If you remember, the binmen were called in by the police to steal my belongings a year before. So I'm not happy to see binmen. I'm very, very displeased to see binmen. They get out of their van, they look around, and then they get back in and they appear to fuck off, and I'm great. But they go at the bottom of the road, turn around, come back and park in exactly the same spot outside my tent. Now they get out and start walking around in the fucking field. In amongst, heading for my belongings. I'm just in my shorts. I haven't even got shoes on. And I block one of them, basically body check him. I have to stand in his way to stop him walk. And I'm saying, mi cosas mío. My stuff, my things. And he looks at me and it seems not to care. He's on the phone. And I'm body check, I'm heading him off. And I say, ¿Qué quieres? What do you want? Why are you here? What the fuck? Tierra privada, private land. We had this conversation the other week where I got the masculine and the feminine wrong. Thank you to Susan for correcting me. There's tierra privada, parcelo privado, and there's another one. Land parcel, was it swallow? For ground or land? Can't remember. I'd have to go back and watch. But anyway, she corrected me a few days before, so I got it right this time when the cunts were here. Tierra privada. Cosas mío, my things. And I carried on walking towards them. I literally had to body check him and stand in his way. Then I had to wait another 5 minutes for him to do the courtesy of getting off the phone to talk to me. And then he just showed me a photograph of a bed head. The bed, what do you call them? The piece of wood that goes on the wall at the head of the bed. Bedstead, bed, headboard. And I knew then, and I told him where to go. I told him where to fucking go. No, over there underneath the signs, the hoardings at the top of the road. And they went and they got them. And I thought, oh, that's done. No. Then two of them walked back down the fucking road and around, and I'm on edge again because my memories of these men coming around and stealing all my belongings on the orders of the police, with no valid orders, with no paperwork, with no receipts, with no instructions, no appeals process, with just no receipts, just no nothing. So I was keen to just let this man know that he don't get to walk through here and just take his pick of my fucking belongings. No. This is something up with which I will not put. Anyway, they find what they're after, they take it. We're all good in the end, I think, as long as they don't come back and take the piss. I've got a feeling he might have taken a photograph. He might have added me at the bottom of the list. In 6 months' time, they might come back and try and take what I've got out here in the field. But this time they'll have a job. Last time I should have smacked somebody. Even if I got arrested, I would have been able to go to court and explain what was illegal about what they were taking. Why there was no paperwork, why there was no process, why there was no appeals process. No court order, no. Last time I sat back meekly, happy just not to be arrested and not to have my dog shot. This time I won't hold at that. This time I would physically resist. Read into that what you will, folks. I will not stand meekly back. Like this time, my body checked the guy. He kept walking, and I literally had to hold my hand out and arrest his progress through the field. Make it obvious I was about to go hands-on if he didn't fucking stop. You don't get to just walk around through my shit with a fucking big van that you're looking to take stuff away. Just no. No. My shit. Not your shit. Get a court order. Bring police to enforce a court order. Don't just bring police. Court fucking order. I want paperwork. I want a receipt for everything you take if you do fucking take. And I want an appeals process. And failing that, someone's going to have a bust nose. Or worse. I am not that guy anymore. I am not that mild-mannered whatever. I'm just not that mild-mannered. Backed myself into a corner with the phraseology with the sentence, but yeah. Okay. I've got a big bunch of text here, a big block of text explaining what I've just said there. That was my Saturday night. Now, Saturday night would usually be Big Clive and Scruff Dog. No Big Clive at the minute, but Scruff Dog is generally there or thereabouts. So I will have watched some of that, probably fell asleep halfway through. And this is not the engine building, this is just Scruff Dog. On a Saturday night, guys, if you're at a loose end, I won't go live most Saturday nights. I did a few weeks ago because I tried to go live through the day and I'd had to postpone and postpone and postpone. So I went live at night. I will not ordinarily go live Saturday night because I would consider that doing the dirty on my friends. Scruff Dog and, to a lesser extent possibly, Big Clive have helped me get my channel up and running. I've told people, I've said go watch Delta Mike. So I'm not going to go against them and stream the same time as them ordinarily. Like I said, it happened that time because I was delayed from doing it through the day. But if ever you're at a loose end on a Saturday night, Scruff Dog, S-C-R-U single F. Scruff as in dirty, dog. All one word, S-C-R-U-F-D-O-G. Scruff Dog. He's on his herbalicious extracts. He used to drink, but he doesn't anymore. We're drinking, and some are on mushrooms, and some are... We're all relaxing in our own ways. And the chat just goes where the chat goes. A lot like my Hangouts, except with more people, because, you know, he's got more followers, he's a bigger streamer than I am. He's been at this a little bit longer than me. I've got more subscribers though. I joke about racing him to 1 million, which I think was a joke between him and Clive, because Clive has got 1 million and Scruff hasn't. It's all jokes, it's all jokes fun, it's all done in jest, it's all good. But that was the week that was. This was the week, I think, where I found out about these lockers at the top of the road. The lockers from InPost. When people keep asking me, can we send you something? When I needed a new cable for the EcoFlow, between the solar panel and my EcoFlow River 2, there were people genuinely saying, I'll go buy one. They're a tenner, they're 15 quid, I'll get you one and I'll send it. And I'm like, but the logistics, how do you get it here? InPost lockers, or InPost lockers at the top of the road. There is, from now on, in the description, halfway down, there is a block telling you the address of these lockers. I don't know if that's enough to get you there. There's the address of the lockers, then you have to pick the dimensions for what you're sending. Most things seem to be like 2 or 3 quid. Like up to 15 kilograms is 3 or 4 euros or pounds. It seems really good value for what it is. You just can't send it via Royal Mail from your end. You have to go to an in-post office, agent, or lockers. So you can put stuff in an in-post locker and say that it's to be sent. And then people will pick it up when they're next there and bring it here and deposit it in these lockers. And as long as you've got my email address, you set me as the recipient. They'll send me a QR code, and then I can empty the locker and get it out once it gets here. Apparently. Never been done yet. I'm interested to see who's going to be the first person to send me something. I'm not doing the whole, hey guys, I've now got a P.O. box. Send me American chocolates. Or don't. American chocolates taste like sick. Vomit infused. Don't send me American chocolate. I now realise somebody's going to do that just out of spite. Don't. English chocolate is the way to go. American chocolate literally has a chemical from vomit infused in it. Because during the war, the servicemen would get their packs, their care packages, and they'd eat the chocolate first. And then the day after, they'd be depressed that they've eaten all the chocolate. So the American chocolate companies put this chemical in to make chocolate less appealing, so they didn't rush to eat it all at once. The soldiers over 4 years or whatever got used to that, and that was the flavour of chocolate they've demanded ever since. Vomit-infused chocolate has been demanded by generations of Americans. Some would argue it was for shelf stability and so it didn't go off while travelling, blah blah blah. I don't believe you. I believe it was to stop the soldiers, the Yankee soldiers from eating it all and getting depressed straight away. Slow their roll, make them hold off, because vomit infused chocolate is good. Maybe. Okay folks, we have now detailed, for the Sunday, I will have done a TrampCast. Well, I did do a TrampCast last Sunday, and as the week before, I don't have to write it out. There's no 4 hours writing my notes out anymore. Between 2 and 4 hours. I copy them from the phone to the tablet. I copy sections from Wikipedia on the numbers section and from a few other places. And that's us. Okay folks, this was TrampCast number 80. I thank you for your time. I thank you, those of you that have hit the like button. If you haven't, consider it on the way out. I'm going to draw this one to a close, and I'm going to wait. Where are we now? 9:30. I'm going to wait until 10:30. And if anybody wants to come live for a TrampCast Hangout, I'm going to do that in this same location, in this same chair. The umbrella's going to go. That's not needed. It's getting dark. The sun's gone. I'm going to put the umbrella down. I'm going to get some coffee, maybe some soup and whatever else. But you're welcome to join me at 10:30 my time, 9:30 UK, 4:30 maybe US Eastern. And I will catch you later folks. We will end in the tradition of the channel, if we can, with my lady. Can you see her? Look how she's spread out. She looks like a spider on the ground. She looks like she's got more legs than she should have. Hey Tina girl. You gonna talk to the peoples? Can I? Is that an expansion? That's an expansion. That's a light. Hey Tina. Hey babe. There you go. Kisses. Kisses from daddy. Okay folks, let me turn that off. Turn that around. So from Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. See you in an hour if you're up for it.